Oh, hello. Welcome to the Great American Experience. The Wizard of Oz. And keeping things going. Let me make sure we get all these other pages worked up here. And we're gonna, yep. I just went live. Just so you know.
Tiller's fixed, if you didn't hear.
Yeah, I heard you running it.
Yes, I tried to finish it off, but where all those big holes are,
Yeah.
Tiller ain't going to be able to do it, dude.
No,
Yeah, I saw sparks come off the carburetor.
what
It
was
was,
sparks?
dude, it was turning bright red and everything, trying to get through just the side of some of those deep holes.
Oh, well, yeah, we'll get them squared away.
So I stopped.
Right. Yeah, we're going to have to keep going around it, though. We got to get it down to about 18 inches deep. You know that, right? Yeah, I've been uploading videos and trying to get things squared away.
Jamming the Bon Jovi, dude. Blaze of Glory. Young
Yeah, I heard it.
shit.
Yep. Rock on.
Sitting out there on the bench. Enjoying the cool air.
Right, I know. It's getting cold out there.
Yeah.
I was like, that's crazy. All right. Copy that to clipboard. Let's go over here and propagate the links.
Yeah, that motherfucker's still playing this song.
Yeah. All right. All right.
Ooh, this one's good, huh?
Stop trying to get my dog to eat it.
Look at him, dude. He's like, where'd he go?
I know, where'd he go?
I don't know where it went. Where's he at?
Right.
I don't know.
Ranger.
It's not catnip, dude. Technically it is.
Right. Ranger. What you doing, Ranger Danger? Ranger. All right. Okay, here we go. There it is. All right. Okay, here we go. Oh, good Lord. All right. I guess we'll just wait for people to come in and we'll get this party started. Oh, man. Oh, what's he crying for? Ranger, come here. Come here, boy. Come here. Come here. That's right. Come here. Come here. Everybody wants to see you. And you were kung fu puppy fighting. They want to see your kung fu puppy fighting. Let's get him here. Hold on a second. getting so big, puppy. Great big puppy. He's getting so big. He's so fast. Look right there. Look at there. See that puppy? See that puppy? See that puppy? There's a ranger puppy. That's what it is. Yeah. Oh, he's so exhausted. Again, had a big long day. Oh, you seen his mommy today? Yep. You seen your mama and your daddy? Yeah. He's bigger now, almost twice as big as his siblings. Yeah. He's been good. You working out, running all over the place, chasing chickens. Yep, chasing chickens and just being a big puppy. Boy, you big fluff ball. Mm. Mm. He's exhausted. Aren't you, Ranger? Had a busy day, huh? He's so tired. Yes, he is. You big baby. They're saying Miriam says hi. I said hi, Ranger. Hey, Miriam, how you doing? I'm gonna teach him how to salute one day, so he can show off his salute. Be like, yes, sir. Yeah. So we've been working in the garden, um, working on machines and trying to get things done. We didn't get a whole lot of rain last night, so we were able to get a lot of the tilling done. And we're almost got the first cut, the ground cut, so we can get some deep tilling going on. But yeah, been getting things done. Ranger's exhausted. He was dragging trees all day. Yep. You ready to get down, lady? You want to lay down, buddy? There you go. It's okay. Yeah. But yeah. Hey, Miriam, how was your day? Hey, Don Martineau, how you doing, bud? Missed you there. What new record was set there, Don? What's this new record? Least amount of fuel used in a day? What are you doing? You're just so... He just fell, right? He fell off my lap. It's not like he even climbed down. He just went plop onto the floor. And he's staying right there. That's funny. Wore that puppy out. Yeah, it's gonna be a big strong dog. By me. For the number of bulls fired in one day. Oh, okay. Is that how you want to play it? All right. Fire in the boat. Yeah, I got some catch up to do, this sounds like. Hey, Ryan, welcome in. Thank you for the link up. Rock on. Southern Belle. You don't have a picture. You missed Ranger because he's like completely out of it. He just plopped himself into the floor. He's fine. On your dream catcher, you making dream catchers? Oh, that's awesome. I love those things. I think they're awesome. The number of balls fired in one day. Oh shit! So you're pretty well cooking, right? Right, Don? You're already cooked up, huh? Yeah. Out of jungle vines. Oh, that's awesome. Yes. Someone said fire in the bowl. Brought to you by Sausage Gravy Biscuit Farms. .com. Yeah, guys. I'm telling you what. Oh, I want to check my seeds and see if they're sprouting roots yet. Hold on. Oh, hell yeah. Check this out, guys. Oh, we got one sprouting. It is Marley's Gift. We've got one. You can see it right in the side there. It's already sprouting. I got to get it into some dirt tomorrow. You bet. All right. Yeah, I didn't. All right, so there's one. Let's see here. I'll have to look at the light. Hold on a second. But I don't think. Nothing else looks like it's been. Okay. Huh. No, nothing from the other ones yet. Wait a minute. There's one here. Potentially. No, not yet. All right. Okay, so we got what's sprouted so far. All right. All right. I'll get that in the dirt tomorrow. Rock on. So we got that one. We got one sprouted. Good deal. The other ones will sprout. Given time. Tow truck, welcome in. Well, I've only sprouted one seed, so we'll see. Did you refresh Southern Belle and got your picture back? Ranger's kicking ass. He's all wore out. He's barely able to chew on his chewy. He fell off my lap and just plopped into the floor right next to his chewy. It's funny as hell. Yeah. Oh man. But yeah, he's getting more out every day. He doesn't know what to think. He's all over it, but he's doing really great with the call command, and he's sitting on command, and he's doing really good. I'm really happy with him. He's a really good boy. Ranger, come here, boy. Come here. He's like, no, I'm going to bed. All right. Here, let me take care of him real quick. I'll be right back. Won't be just a second here. Come on, boy. Here, come. Good boy. All right. Good boy. That's a good baby puppy. Good soldier. I'd like to play taps for you.
Sorry, man. I didn't mean to scare the shit out of him.
No, he's fine. He's fine. He's out, man. He's just
Chilling.
he could barely chew on his chewy. He was so exhausted.
Does he still have that bone I gave him?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, he still has it?
Yeah. He could hardly chew on it. Oh yeah, let me turn this one off.
I got it to work, bro.
Did you?
Yes.
Awesome.
And I lit up and I changed the batteries with my little one, so it's just almost just as bright.
Oh wow, nice. So I told you just
Mm-hmm.
down and in.
Yeah, I put it in. I put it down and in like that, but I had to turn it this way and then snap it in this way.
Okay, so it
So I
finally
had to like
lined
walk
it up.
it in, right?
Yeah, lined it up.
It's just messed up on the inside.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I'm gonna
So-
head to town.
Tow truck, grab a link. Come on up, guy.
I'm gonna head to town real quick, go to the gas station. Get some gas. I want to go to the gas station real quick.
Oh, okay. You going in town?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'll be back.
Hey, I got cash. Never mind. I was gonna say maybe pick up a burger. Because I'm like not feeling like cooking.
Yeah, I feel you, man. I feel you. Yeah, I was thinking that too. While I was up in town, maybe driving me something.
Yeah. I'll catch you back next time.
Around this time. Yeah, I got you.
Yeah.
What kind?
Well, they got the Jack in the Box up there.
All right.
They get triple Jack combo for $5.
Listen to you trying to make it sound all good and shit.
Right, right. They got triple Jack combo for $5.
Dude, check this out, man. They got triple jack, $5 combo. Right
Yep.
up with Jack and Box.
Jack and
Fire,
It's the shit, dude.
Yeah.
I'm telling you.
Fuck me up.
You know it, man. Rock on.
Oh, shit. All right, yeah, I got you.
I appreciate it,
I'll
man.
see if he wants anything from Jack on
Yeah, just root beer light on the ice for the drink.
Root beer light ice.
Yep.
Text it to me.
Okay.
It'd be a lot easier. Seriously. Well,
All right.
I forget, 'cause I got a lot of shit running through right now.
Okay, no problem. No problem. I got to text him my order. Oh, man. My video is, I still get, I'm uploading video and it's still got about 6 minutes to go. It's been uploading for an hour. Craziness. All right. Hold on a second, guys. Ordering. Okay. Come on. I know I must. Yeah, there it is. Hold on a second. All right. All right. All right. Rock on. Orders in. All right. What's that? So, sorry about that, guys. Okay, I'm back. 100,000 to 200,000 deaths in the United States by 426. Hmm. Oh, wow. 300, the rise of an empire. Burgers before bros. Yeah. Oh, hey, there's tow truck. I'm sorry, man. What's up, brother?
Hey, we all got our pile.
Yeah, dude. You know, gotta get it in there, man.
Priorities.
Priorities. You know
Oh,
what? It'll be a while.
finally got some sun.
You got a great idea there. I'll be right back.
You're on to something.
You're on to something with that, yo.
Why didn't I think of this? So check out my shirt. I found my quarantine shirt, you guys. Again, unbelievable.
Yeah, this is a peach pie moment. This is a peach pie moment. What's up?
I found my quarantine shirt.
Warning.
What the hell is it?
Stay away.
The person wearing this shirt is on the edge and can fucking what? I can't read it when it's backwards.
I
Can
can't
you
read it from here. No.
It's all fucked up. I don't even have a mirror. Oh man. Let me see.
I read it. It says warning, stay away.
Yeah, there you go. Skip the middle part. Just fuck off.
All the rest of it's just excuses and bullshit.
That's all you need to know. Do not make eye contact or any sudden any sudden movements. Hey, Zombie.
Hey, Zoom.
So we got 50 and sunny today. I got a sunburn. I put it on my suntan from yesterday, and I got a little sunburn.
Yeah, we were on 65. Dude, we got tilling. We got a bunch of tilling done. It was awesome.
We got worms. We don't got worms. All we got is fucking ice.
Well,
We still got a few inches of snow on the ground.
really?
Well, it was a couple days ago. My husky was running, chasing the little runt, and you know how the shell of the snow will get crusted over, and sometimes it pop through. And it was funny, and we were just videoing him running around chasing the dog and whatever. And he popped through and did a big old nose plant, scraping along the top. And now, just earlier today, the nephew was out there and reached around the dog from behind and gave him a big old hug. And the dog started why I didn't stop for a whole minute, you know.
Oh,
So
wow.
what's going wrong? But then I was thinking about it, and it would seem that dog had punched its arm through the crusty snow, and then the forward momentum of the body snapped him off right there, and he probably hyperextended that shoulder up in front.
Yeah, hurt his shoulders joint. Yeah. Huckleberry. There's my huckleberry. Mm,
Another Don.
mm.
Hey, did you see this new Twitch feature that is called? They just call it moderator mode now. It didn't used
Yeah,
to be
I
that.
got the email on it. Yeah.
It was in settings, and then you would go and decide if you wanted to this mode or that mode. But now there's just a little icon, a sword there, and then it pops into all these different screens and shit. It's all in little tiles, little cubicles, pop outs, and you can adjust them how you want and stuff. It's pretty cool. Michelle,
Hey, what's up?
oh, I thought you had just gone live. I saw. Was that just a posting you made recent?
Yeah, just tell everybody I'm going live because notifications are just not happening right now. Like,
You know,
there's bazillions of Christian channels and conservative channels like Wizard, just not getting notifications out.
yeah, they're doing a purge on YouTube, I believe, to make up for the amount of usage that they're getting during this
Yeah,
freaking.
because I'm missing like at least good, I would say 18 people that I have not seen in like the last 4 weeks.
Oh shit! I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I'll drop by more often.
It's all right.
Dang it! But I was just watching the new show that Robert Barnes has. It's called American Countdown. That goes from 7 to 9, and I always liked him because he stays with kind of more of the facts maybe, and sort of a logical argument. I like to watch his ninja abilities, using his words to try to explain some of this stuff to people. He's pretty slick, but he's kind of low key. He's not excited. I mean, he doesn't have a whole lot of flavor, but man, you got to have your ears on listening to that dude.
Did you hear Chris Cuomo's got the coronavirus?
Yeah, I heard he has nipple piercings too.
What's he got? You think he's gonna come out with a Johnson stud?
I watched a video when he interviewed his brother, and his brother said, "Have you called mom?" And Andrew goes, "Yeah, I called mom." And Chris goes, "No, you haven't. I just talked to her just like before I started this segment. You're lying."
Oh, he's gonna lie.
They got in a fight online on air. I thought it was so funny, and I was like, "Boy, you can tell them two don't get along." I thought they got along like peas and pod, but no, they don't.
I know they had a picture of him in a white shirt there, and you could see through his shirt the relief of the dang it nipple piercing and stuff. I
I
guess
thought you were joking about that.
no, not at all. Freaks, man,
Yeah, they're total freaks. Yep.
clown.
I wonder if them two are one of, well, I know Andrew's got a girlfriend, a live-in girlfriend that he's had for a long time, but I don't know if Chris Como does. So I'm going to pray for him tonight because no one deserves to die that way. You know, I feel bad if he does have kids and a wife, you know, because you got to think of them too.
You mean he doesn't believe in the
I know they're Catholic. I know the family's Catholic. They grew up Catholic. But I don't know if he's got
hydrochloroquine that
family.
fixes
I know he
99%
don't
of
like being
drugs?
called Fredo.
Huh?
Fredo.
Fredo?
He
Yeah,
don't
he
like
got,
being called
remember
Fredo.
he went off on that? I remember that.
Yo, Fredo. I don't know what the hell that reference is, but it's something weird, I guess.
Well, Italians don't like it. Just like they don't like being called Dagos.
Yeah.
What's the deal with Fredo? What the hell is that?
It's just from a movie, I think, from
I
the
think it's the
Godfather,
Godfather
right?
reference.
Yeah.
And Fredo was what, the traitor of the family?
Yeah, like the Judas of the family. Yeah.
See?
Oh, okay. All right. That makes sense then.
And I never watched the movie, and I knew that. See?
I was always too busy.
Hey, Zoom. Hey, Huckleberry. Ryan, my mod that's been missing for a while. I'm going to get on you, buddy. Oh,
I didn't put two and two together with the Fredo thing. It was just like, I was.
I never seen that movie, Godfather.
You never seen Godfather?
Nope. She says I got to watch it.
Yeah, take a day off and watch Godfather twice.
Why twice?
Well, you
That way-
watch the second one, then you got to watch the first one again to figure out how the hell that happened.
Yep.
How many are there? Two?
I thought there was a third. That it's not numbered like third, but I think there's a third seat.
She said there's three. Okay.
Yeah.
There's three of them. Yeah.
The third one got too complicated for me, man, because I don't know, it got into a bunch of chronology, I think. I don't know. Three just didn't. I was like,
It was more
gosh,
like a documentary than it was.
one.
Hey, what the other one, Wise Guys?
Wise
yeah.
Guys? Never,
Wise Guys.
That's good
Never.
stuff.
never heard of it.
What we doing with the shovels? Shut up, get in the fucking car.
So then we got, what do we got? I don't know. We got Second Amendment sanctuary cities, but when we go down to the gun shop, we can't get any guns because they won't approve the goddamn background checks.
Really? So nobody can go buy a firearm right now?
Right.
Why?
Because the background checks don't come through, because it's not that they're blocking them or denying them, but they're just not doing them. And they won't be doing them until April 16th. So
And that's for every state or just your state?
That's federally. Federally. That's a federal check.
but I believe you can still work through mom and pop shops and gun shows and things like that, but not a dealer,
Right.
not a federal
Oh,
license.
okay, because I was going to go buy an over and under this week.
Man, the coolest gun I ever grabbed was a 410-22. That was the coolest fucking gun. Under over.
Huh. And who made that decision?
Huh?
Who made that decision?
Oh, well, it's part of the non-essential, okay? When Trump put this in place, he didn't realize that they were not going to be called essential at the place where they do the background checks. So they're not doing them because they're not essential.
Oh, the NA, what do you call it? Yeah. I can't think of it. It starts with N. The National, I know who you're talking about.
Or is it the BCA?
No. I always thought it was outside source from the FBI, sort of like a national criminal data something that I don't something like that. NDCI something. I'll have to ask my brother.
NCIC.
No, NDCIC or something like that. Out Yellowstone, they had big earthquakes. Wow. I'm telling you, people, if you know your Bible, this plague is definitely biblical prophecy.
Oh well, yeah, yeah, I can see that.
Churches are closed. I mean, think about it. The trumpets will sound. Think about it. Trump and Pence, trumpets.
Oh yeah, there you go.
So he could be the last president.
They're all gonna be.
I put that I put that together. Then my husband goes, "You're not going to believe what I found on the internet." You know how the trumpet shall sound? I'm like, yeah. You know, before God opens up the earth and opens up the heavens. I'm like, let me guess. You mean trumpets? He's like, how'd you know? I'm like, I knew that a long time ago.
Real Don Martineau, are you going up for
Don Marno, yeah, he set a record today. The number of balls fired up.
Yo?
He's trashed. You're good. Just stay seated right where you are. And all you got to operate are your eyes.
You get that wheelchair stuff?
Friggin' Fox News, man. Except for Fox and Friends. So, well, they still talk about it too. It's like, you got to shut that TV off. I can't stand it anymore. It's just 24/7 coronavirus.
I know. You can't watch it. It's not worth watching. Hey, Buffalo Bill's in the house.
Except
Yeah, Buffalo
Hannity
Bills. He
had the
stops by my
Donald on
channel all
there
the time.
a couple nights ago, though. That was real interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, Hannity was talking with the Trump. The
Yeah.
Don.
Yeah, then one reporter was trying to go after him over the interview or something. He's like, shut up. I wasn't. That's a lie. That's a lie. Sit down, shut up. Very dishonest people.
Yeah.
Jellystone jiggling.
The Jellystone Jiggle.
The Jellystone jiggle.
What's in the picnic basket? What's in the picnic basket? What's in the picnic basket? What's in the picnic basket?
No, but the geologic experts that we're talking about, people that are on the know about Yellowstone through the USGS and stuff like that, we're talking about if it does blow, it might fill the sky with ash and stuff like that, but it's not going to be the big explosion. I mean, the devastating boom of throwing mountainside rocks at people, kind of shit that it has been in the past. They're saying that it was that this is going to be a build-up event. It'll spew, it'll bubble and boil and throw shit in the air, but it's going to be a build-up
Oh
event.
yeah, he's got 3 children. He's got Bella, Caroline, and Mario. So he's got a son and 2 daughters and a wife. Chris Como.
Got
So
what?
Chris Como does have a wife and 3 children.
Oh, okay.
I hope they're okay.
Buffalo.
I have
Yeah.
a heart. I can pray for him.
There you go. Buffalo Bill, you're not going to die. Well, you are close, but you're on the other side of it. All the wind travels away from you. You're going to be fine.
What's wrong?
What's wrong is Mount Rainier and Denali are the ones that he's got to worry about.
Are you talking about volcanoes?
Yeah. Yeah.
Have any of them erupted in the U.S. yet, or no?
Not that I'm aware of.
Because they're going to at the end.
Fireball double.
You'll be home, Buffalo Bill. God will take you home before that.
Sorry, Michelle. You'll be home where?
He'll be home with the Lord.
Right on, right on. I made a little funny in the
That
chat.
reminds me, I got to call Bear.
What the hell?
He's
What
still not got internet or something, man.
what do you do? A styrofoam cup on a string or what?
Well, he's got a phone. It's an old flip phone.
Oh, okay.
He can't do no internet on it. Which blows me away because Bear was always on the net. You know what I'm saying?
Oh man, they tried and tried and tried to get rid of him.
Yeah. Then they went after his computer.
They started shorting him out.
Right.
Let's give him a lightning bolt. Bzz. Bears kept coming back though.
Yeah. What are you talking about, Buffalo Bill? Locust plagues or California?
That's an African thing.
Picnic. Yeah. Oh, no.
That reminds me of when I go to the bar on Friday nights. I leave Babylon.
He's not in Babylon. He's in the wastelands, for God's sake. Oh.
Well, I'm gonna go roll it and smoke it.
Take
And
this with you. You got your phone, right?
what?
Are you on your laptop?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah. Well, just, hurry up.
That
Yeah.
means if he has it, all the people that he's been around on CNN have it. See, this is the problem. When people even have the slightest cold, you just stay home, stay away from people, man. Because this is how this stuff's going to keep spreading. It's never going to stop, like President Trump said, if these people just don't stay home.
But you know what? Yeah, that's, it couldn't happen to a nicer bunch of folks. That's all I gotta say. It just couldn't happen to a nicer bunch of folks. They won't.
He's staying in his basement, quarantine, away from his kids. That's good.
Oh, I bet you that bastard's gonna take that hydroxychloroquine and Z-Pack. I bet you he's already. I kind of have it.
Yeah, only people that get that right. No, only people are getting that right now are the doctors, the nurses, the hospital staff, the EMTs, and stuff like that.
I heard today that family practitioners are having problems getting a hold of that stuff, and generally,
Yeah,
there's never a problem, and it is all FDA approved, and it's like a bulk item. It's not a specialty item or even any sort of
Not even a
a
complicated manufacturing process. Yeah, it's just a simple process, and it's not patentable. It's already
right.
the patent's already public.
And
So
so they're giving them hell in getting it. They're not allowing the shipments. See, that's the thing, man. We're gonna get all these things taken away, and they're never gonna come back. We're not even gonna realize how much shit got took, and we're not gonna be able to function like we used to, and we're not gonna get the shit back.
it's all
I don't think it's going to.
It's all fucked.
No, you're wrong. You're wrong. All this stuff is getting rebuilt. All the stuff's getting built up. It's going to be fine.
Man, I heard a letter yesterday talking about, I think it was Q or some shit like that. talking about, well, in order to restructure the money of the United States, what we have to do is shut everything down, let everything settle down for a minute, and switch over to a treasury bill. And when we come back, then we will have a definite timeline as to where and when this all happened and shit. It was like, oh, fuck, if that's really the key. And then he was saying, the things that are going on in the background that we don't ever see because of the sniffles, like how many pedophile rings have been broke up and arrests have been made in the past, month or whatever. We never hear this.
6.5 earthquake in Idaho.
Yeah, Don Trump. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure how the deliveries are getting inhibited, but they're just telling like family practitioners that we're too busy doing other things right now, or it's some bullshit like that. It's not, I mean, it's passive aggressive bullshit is what it is. Hey,
So Don T. Rump saying that Bear shipped out 6 million doses.
and he also says that I'm on crack. Which one is it?
Crack?
No, I'm on my pillow. See?
You're on your pillow. You were on your ass on your pillow. Right? That's
Well,
right. What it's got to do is fertilize our crops, brother.
Well, I gotta go push my stem, dude.
Oh, also 6.5 in no, that's not Greece. I'm sorry, I had the wrong information.
Oh no, they stole my icon. Bastards!
They took your icon.
Oh, I think they unsign people out. They sign you out of Twitch and such. Twitch and such. HR, Twitch and such. Okay, here. I can repair this though.
Yes, you can. Just put the new link, put the new images up there.
God, Andrew, fucking James Comey is fucking like weird. He takes these weird pictures, right? Did you see his latest picture? He's by these big rocks, like he's trying to climb them. And Owen Schreier goes, "What even this?" What a weirdo.
I want to be weird, but I'm on the
Your pillow is cushioning your crack. This is what Colonel Minion said.
Go to the top of the rocks and jump. Comey, do us a favor. Jump.
Okay. Well, it's Fire and Bowl time. Fire and Bowl. Brought to you by SausageGameBiscuitFarm.com.
Hey Wiz, what's FED?
I don't know. Fucked up dumb shit? I don't know.
I suppose.
What's there, Don?
Well, I was just wondering if he was trying to make me back up whatever I said about the simple doctors having trouble getting these simple zinc. They're not getting zinc, stupid shit like that. Hydrocordosis to the U.S. Bear Pharma. Okay, so from China. Here you go, guys. Eat them up.
Ah, okay.
There's a woman walking around and she's really, really, really heavy. And she's naked. And she's walking around Home Depot.
What the hell?
Make me unsee that.
Okay, Don says FUD equals fear, uncertainty, and doubt.
Oh, man.
The police officer is just following her around, telling her, "Come here, ma'am. Come here, ma'am."
Do you know there's governors of states that have banned their resident doctors from prescribing hydroxychloroquine?
This is
All
what
right.
I'm saying, but I'm getting in trouble because I'm spreading fear and doubt.
All right, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go do a quick stream.
I wish I had a better memory and I could pull that stuff up, but I don't. So I just.
Stop in and say hello. Don't be strangers, y'all.
Oh yeah, I won't forget you, Michelle. On go check on make sure I'm still.
You're gonna make me cry. No, I'm just kidding. But seriously, I do miss you guys in the chat. So
Yeah.
all right,
sorry.
we'll see you soon. It's okay. I love you guys anyway. I'll be back.
Hey, much love. So
Yep. Exactly, Southern Belle. It only takes about 10 minutes to realize you don't need to know any of the shit they're talking about in this view, and that's really crazy. Happy thoughts. Okay.
went to the store and bought a handful of freaking little packets of seeds and shit the other day.
Yeah.
Fucking can't find them. Don't know. Well, we went over to somebody's place and we had some pork sausage from the meat market. And the speculation is that the seeds went in with the meat because we didn't want the meat out in the car to get warm. So we put it in the fridge. So I think the fucking seeds are in a friend's fridge. It's the best we can come up.
No.
It's terrible.
Well,
The sun's
actually, it's not
shining.
bad.
Well,
They'll be well preserved.
it's like, all right, let's start gardening. It's 50 whole degrees and we've got sunshine. And fuck.
Yeah, that's the time to plant seeds when it's 50 degrees. You bet.
Ended up spending the day in the house digging through everything looking for the seed packets.
Actually, your first warm period can be your seeding period, or if you're planting in the ground. Because when it goes through the freeze, it'll germinate those seeds, and then they'll start popping up.
When it goes through the freeze, what'd you say?
Yeah, you want to. Well, I always put my seeds in the freezer for at least 3-4 days before I put them in the ground.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it germinates them. Helps them with the germination process. Yeah, their natural order.
So now Pro Life Warrior went live. Okay.
I didn't get a single notification.
And
I'm signed up for different accounts.
By the light of the silvery. Now I know I gotta go smoke. I am way too sober. Knock it off.
Go get some stone done. Rock guy. Brought to you by Sausage Gravy Biscuit Farms.com. All lowercase, no spaces. Yeah, I was checking for Aaron, but I didn't see him on either earlier. So he's not on right now either. And yep. So you like to sing it? Ooh. Ah. Oh, wow. Well, good grief. So, hey, Don. Yeah, I bought 40 something gallons the other day. Filled up the car, filled up six 5-gallon gas cans for $1.47 a gallon. Yeah, here in Missouri. Yeah. Not all the stations do it, but there are a few out there that got it. And a little application called gasbuddy.com. Yeah. Look it up. Check out all the stations around you before you head out. Oh, yeah. All my seeds are in the ground. Yep. That's right. So that cheap gas, you bet. Tell you what, if you're going to go across country, it would pay probably to have like 4 or 5 cans, 5-gallon cans on there too. Is you come across some really cheap gas along the way, and guess what? You stock up. Uh, oh, goodness gracious. All the stuff in my eyes from dealing with that tiller. There you go. There you are.
Which way did he go?
I know, right?
Man, I remember they had this Kentucky Fried Chicken down in North Minneapolis. It
Yeah.
had 1.5 plate Lexan wall over the counter, the cashier counter. And it had these little turnstiles in there big enough for a bucket of chicken. And you put your money in one try, one of the triangles, and then your bucket of chicken's in the other one. You put your money there and they spin it around to you. They had bulletproof glass in the KFC, man. And I don't know why they took it away. I mean, they had too many chicken fights, but people could well use that now in this here environment for keeping germs away from the kitchen. Maybe we should start making protective glass for your.
Dude, it's going to be like a vending machine, dude.
Oh, those are cool.
Eventually, those are going to be a vending machine. McDonald's, Kentucky Fried Chicken, Taco Bell. It's going to be like a vending machine. It's essentially what it is now.
Right?
Okay, it's just got human operators in there.
You know what my dad came up with? He wanted a fully automated McDonald's on a trailer. He figured we could hit the race car circuit and go around and you slide your cart in one end and push into the kiosk and walk to the other end of the trailer and your meat will be cooked out in a bag. It'd be real simple, I think, to make an automated McDonald's in a semi-trailer. I think you could do it.
Yeah, they have done it. We had in St. Louis, they had a riverboat they turned into a McDonald's.
An automated one?
A what?
An automated one.
No, not necessarily automated, not that one, but that they had a. Um, but yeah, they do have those that are semi-automated fill-ups. In other words, it's not guaranteed. It's not absolutely fresh, but it is fresh within the last 5 hours or 4 hours or some shit like that.
Oh yeah.
Right, and it was basically just a McDonald's vending operation. It was kind of weird, but yeah,
I
I've seen
always
them.
saw those little ovens in Amsterdam, the little doors, maybe I don't know, 6, 7 inches square and stuff, and stick in your little quarter there and pop the door open and grab your what
Well,
the
you
hell?
remember the vending machines? You got the sandwiches all displayed on the left. You got a little slot on the right. You put the card in, and then you punch the number of the item that you want, and it charges your card, and then it opens up that door. It allows you to open up the door of the item, and you open up the door and get your stuff. The sandwiches, all kinds of stuff like that. They got them all over the place. They got them all over the place at these um, corporate buildings and stuff like that. Yeah. Hi, what's that noise?
I don't know. It's
Yeah, there you go. It's just a matter of your mic. It's just the sensitivity when you're not speaking. It's picking up all the background noise.
oh, I don't know. There isn't any background noise. Maybe it's just the echo.
Yeah.
No.
In fact, yeah, McDonald's has already got cashless uh, storefronts to where they don't even have people running registers. You just go up to a kiosk at the counter, and then they'll bring you the food. You punch it in on the screen and total it up, put your card in, pay for it, and they'll bring it to you.
Well, I suppose they're gonna have what, bots at Red Lobster now or what? See, that's what I never understood. Like if whenever, so let's say I'm a welder, right? So I'm into industry, and when I go to like Denver, it's like, what the fuck do all these people do? All there are is a bunch of houses and restaurants. It's like
Right.
all they're doing is building houses and feeding each other. It's just a service, you know. So the whole society is based on taking care of each other, service based. And
Well, that's the way it's been built for years, bro. That's what they've been working on, service only industry. They've been getting rid of all manufacturing. They've been getting rid of our automating all of our farms.
yeah, but now what are
Yeah.
we going to do when nobody wants to be a server at freaking Red Lobster? Well, you could always go get a job at McDonald's or some. Well, no, there aren't
No,
any jobs
anymore.
now. To do.
No, you're going to have to, the restaurants that are going to remain to be restaurants, are not fast food places. Those are going to be, those jobs are going to be, still done by human.
Get it? How the hell? How the hell? I don't know. I just don't understand. I just don't. I never did understand how it could all be. Because when you look around in like Denver, right, and you just look for miles and miles, and every house looks the same.
Right.
100,000 of them, and I don't know, where do they go? What do they do? They don't go to the shop and weld on things because nobody's doing that there. It's like, well, everybody's just selling food and clothing or something.
Well, see, a lot of this manufacturing that's coming back is we're going to be building the new factory. Our economy is going to shift around a little bit, but they're going to be
Oh yeah,
building new factories with the newest tech. It'll have, just the number of people that will need to feed the magazines and unload the trucks and load up the product into, whatever, so it can be delivered. Essentially, a lot of it can be automated, and a lot of it's been automated for quite some time, actually, especially in the automotive industry. You know,
I had a badass job working with Tenant. You know who Tenant floor sweepers are, like Zambonis that you might see going down the hallways at your hospital or whatever, the floor cleaning machines and different kind of floor scrubbers and stuff like that. So
Right.
they were always a Minnesota company, and then they were talking about, oh, we got the ability to have a market in China. So they went over there and built a plant in China, and they said that the fucking Chinese were just buying these things like hotcakes, right? And that the business is going so great. But then what they were talking about is instead of sweeping the floor with, or they hot spray and then they scrub and vacuum and squeegee it up, and then it becomes a hazardous waste, because it has been infected possibly with the whatever hospital stuff. They said what they were working on was fucking heavy water, and that heavy water kills every kind of virus, every kind of germ, every kind of everything. And I guess
It
I
also
never
kills people. I
does it.
think so.
But
They use it. It's a necessary need for nuclear fission or something like that.
they were talking about being able to have these spray bottles that had an ionizer type generator in them, in
Oh, really?
the battery powered bottle, spray bottle. So you put tap water in this fucker and go spray it on your countertops and wipe it off, and it cleaned better than alcohol or peroxide. And it was such a big deal. They were talking about selling one of these squirt bottles for like $300, the apparatus, right? But
Right.
you use it forever, until the trigger wore out or something. But you probably wouldn't for $300. You put a good trigger on it. But I never heard of it again. They were talking about this is going to be the biggest thing, and it's it saves so much on our cleaning, the cost of the supplies, and then
Right.
it doesn't come out as a hazardous waste or anything like that. And I
You
keep
ever hear
thinking
of binary paint?
binary paint.
Yep.
No.
Well, there was a guy that developed it, and you lay down like an aluminum mixture layer of paint, spray down on a paint, right?
Yeah.
And then you come back with a ceramic based paint on top of it, and you can color it any color you wanted, just like you would normal paint. But this
Yeah.
stuff won't transfer temperature from through it.
Oh, wow.
You can't transfer temperature through it. So
Oh,
yeah, and it doesn't burn. You can't burn it. Yeah. So it made the room effectively fireproof, or whatever you painted with it. Fireproof. Yeah.
and so what? It never took off, or what?
I think it got shut down.
All the good stuff gets.
Yeah. Well, oh, oh,
Whenever I was doing water towers too, one of my buds was into. He rethought a way of
I know that's not
making
gonna last.
so that it would
I'm trying not to go up in the town.
it would use whatever was on like the water tower. It would take the paint or the rust or the bullshit and sort of
Right.
I don't know what the fuck, but it saved having to sandblast, and which saved all the lead abatement, and it was the coolest fucking thing you'd ever heard of it, and then you never hear of it again. All that stuff just disappears, man. All the good stuff disappears.
This one's yours.
Sorry, man. Hold on a second.
Oh, I know it.
Here, brother.
Rose. I know it.
Oh man, dude.
Jack in the Box. I haven't been to Jack in the Box.
Hmm.
Reminds me.
I'm telling you, man. These triple jack combos are the shit, man. Look at this burger.
Oh, dude. You got food. You know how long? Oh man. Well, whatever.
That's the fight he's with and dead.
Mm.
Oh yeah. Why you gotta rub it in, man?
Sorry, man.
Hey, it reminds me of when my dad and I lived on the same block. So this is when I came back from from Holland, right? When I came back from Germany, whatever. I was kind of fucked up a little bit, But he had this fucking 68 Mustang fastback, and on that same block was a very nice strip joint.
Oh, badass.
Right.
Right? But across the street was Jack in the Box. So we'd fire up the Mustang and make the rounds, right? Go to the liquor store, and we'd go cruise through the parking lot a couple times at the strip joint, and we'd go over to Jack in the Box and order a dozen burgers, and then, well, we'd eat a couple of them, but then we'd take them back home, fucking take them apart, right? Separate them apart and freeze the goddamn things. and, and then we'd get our drink on and leave the car there. So everybody at the strip club figured that we had just pulled up in the Mustang and it was never there. It was pretty good times. But then I don't know, it never seemed to work out because we'd always end up getting the munchies. Now we got half frozen fucking burgers and stuff. So we learned we had to get 2 dozen. We had to get 2 dozen.
Well,
Oh yeah, man. And then I suppose after the gal at the window saw me ordering 2 dozen burgers every Friday night, she wanted to find out what was going on Friday night, so I ended up dating her for a while.
yeah, come with me. I'll show you.
It was sort of fucked up. She was like, "So what do you do?" And I was like, "Well, we go over to the Bourbon Street. Bourbon Street was the strip bar, you know." She was like, "You're bringing burgers to the girls? That's so sweet." Dang it. Sometimes you just can't lose. Oh, we missed. Oh, okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on. There we go.
Oh, that's not a ringer.
The bowl.
Here, I got a real ringer. There we go. So anyway,
Brought to you by Sausage Gravy
I'm
Biscuit Farms.com.
.com. So I quit using my steroid inhaler. I'm using this stuff. I thought it said raspberry, but it says respiratory. What a dumbass. I did. I thought it said raspberry. I was like, well, I don't really smell raspberries, but if that's what you say. But it's got what? Stuff in it. I mean, you sniff it like Rush. Grow the beard back. Man, I don't know. Happens every day. I had that beard. That chin was 3 years old. That was the 3-year-old beard, man.
All right.
I shouldn't have cut it, but I hadn't seen my mom in a long time, and she never liked beard. Well, my grandma did not like beards, man.
Right.
And so my mom was kind of that way too. And I figured I hadn't seen her for a while, and
I told you, right?
might as well show her
Yeah.
how ugly I've actually become.
What he was talking about.
Oh.
He's like, he took my other nephew, my other cousin. I took him up to get one of these burgers. He was like, "Oh my god, this is so different than what they serve in the city." I was like, "Yeah."
I mean, I've had them before. This is I've been home. I'm just finding stuff. I get good spot. I like that one I'll stop and do
That's a
that.
big ass bullet. With it. There were 3 layers of burger. And this thing is like an inch thick. It's just nothing but burger.
Oh, dude, I'll go through Raleigh and get fucking 2 big Eucharist. 2 big Eucharist, or medium fry, and a large drink. Months, dude.
Yeah, that's good too.
Right. Yeah, I'll go to season going.
Right. So, tow truck.
Yo,
Have they done your lockdown on your state now? Your whole state?
I don't really know. I don't. I gave up. I don't give a shit. I'm good.
What's the current pregnant?
Oh,
Yeah.
it gets, but I mean, I checked on the bus ticket today too, but they didn't say anything about not traveling.
Oh, really?
I mean, they had rates available for, the next.
Oh, damn. He froze up.
He spent $122, dude, and go from California to New York.
Hey, can you hear me, tow truck? You're all froze up, bro.
Restart or something. Wow, that was the strangest thing ever.
There you are.
Wow. There you are. I froze up, my mouse froze up, and I heard a hum,
You got
and then my screens went black, and then they just reappeared.
It's been sitting there for a minute. I've been waiting for you to catch up to it. You got more.
That was weird. That was weird. I must have been onto something. Too bad I don't have a memory.
Well, it's yeah, we might have to build a wall around New York City. You seen the movie Escape from New York, right?
Oh, oh,
Oh, thank you, man. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Next time I'm in town, I'm gonna I'll buy you some of that.
in my little town, people are all wearing gloves and face masks and stuff. But people up here don't play around. They're like, we're not getting sick like that. So it's fear. It's like prevent, they don't want to get sick up here. Be eaten up.
Oh yeah, you're breaking up really bad for me. Let me refresh. I'll be right back.
Yeah, I know. I'm gonna do something.
Go
I'm gonna
try
try to regenerate.
Am I breaking up? Hey, Uncle Bubba's in the house.
Pretty sure it's my computer though, because my mouse is stopping right in the middle of the page and everything.
Yeah, you might need to shut down and restart.
It sounds like Max.
5.
Max Maxim. Yeah, that's the old Pepsi guy.
Oh yeah, man. So there. Let's get off of this here. I am full of burger. Nanner splits. Banana splits. Yeah.
Save this video, man. I cannot save this video.
Can't type a video.
Curtis video of me tilling up the yard.
Oh, yeah. Can't send it nowhere? Oh, weird.
I could even save it.
You can't walk and chew bubble gum.
That's
Of course,
crazy.
I didn't hear him.
Oh, let me go see if I can find the link on one of mine. And that would be, let's go here.
See, I can't even send it to anyone, dude.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I can't save it. I can't send it to no one. Can't do shit.
All right, hold on. Oh, hey, I got it. I just have to do this. And this, and then that, and then this. Got that. And then here, there. Oh, there it is. Yep. All right, here we go. Hey, this is our rabbit. Our male rabbit. He's a big white boy. Yep, big white boy. Yep. We call him Whitey. And then here's the mama. I don't know if you can see her. She's a big girl. Yes, she is. She is awesome. This is going to be charcoal gray. And she's a Flemish giant. I don't know if you can see this or not. No. But yeah, I'm giving her some pets. You know, she's a good girl. Alright, so these are my rabbit cages, actually. I got a couple of them here. There's four of them are breeding cages. They got the young things down below for when they have the litters. I can get 2 litters to full. She can have up 3. One in with her, and by the time the one that's in with her is born and ready to move off of her, the first litter she had will be done. And will be ready to be called or actually sold or what have you. But yeah, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, and then buck cage right here. This one is pretty cool. So that's our rabbit menagerie. Well, it's not where it's supposed to be. It's going to be over here on the other side. This stop over by the chicken coops. Now this is my chicken coops, and these are awesome. This is 16 by 32 yard, and they're fully enclosed, even on the roof with chicken wire. Okay, and hey, the chicken's already in the coop. Good deal. But this is our chicken yard. There's my coop. And let's go over here. I'll show you. This is how we access the water. There's the water, where the water goes. This is where the food goes, this one here. And it goes in here. That's how they get their water, or I mean their food. and the shield is on there so that they can't sit on top of it and poop in the food. Yeah. So, and this is our water system here. We got these little nipples here,
There you go.
and that's where they hit it for the water. Now we raise this up, and that's where
That's funny as well, dude. I love it.
they lay the eggs there. I need to get some more hay. Hey, we got an egg. I'm gonna have an egg for dinner. Awesome. All right. And that's where we're at. Even there's one of the chickens laying on it. Oh, that's the rooster.
Yeah.
That's the rooster. He's not allowed up top, I guess. The ladies are up there. It's pretty cool. All right, thanks for watching, guys.
Anything we can do to help.
But yeah, that's my you can't show those are chicken nipples. That's different. You can show those. You can show chicken nipples. So what's on your guys' mind? I saw something about ice cream. Dude, I'm so pissed now. They closed Six Flags. Okay. I get it. Non-essential thing, but I got a season pass, right? You know what I got a season pass for? The free food. And those $10 friggin' waffle cone ice creams they got up there. Every time I go in, I can get one once a day.
Coronavirus likely dooms Missouri recreational marijuana campaign. Oh, shit.
Do what?
It says coronavirus likely dooms Missouri recreational marijuana campaign.
Probably not.
Right.
You know, Don, that's an excellent thing. That's you're exactly right. Blowing shit up is great therapy for whatever pisses you off. Could you? No.
Sorry.
I mean, I'm up. Hold on a second, guys. Come back to the truck. For God's sakes. So, all right, guys. I'm gonna go find some more articles and stuff. Did you see my chicken coops? My chicken coop. Oh, hey. I'm on
The story talks about how this doctor wore the protective mask outside of the room with the patient he was treating, and he was fired for it. Fired. He has not been the only one. And so there's other doctors and administrators they talk about in this story that lost their job for either talking publicly about the procedures inside the hospital or wearing their masks in areas they were deemed not to. Multiple doctors. If these hospitals are such war zones, if we're so desperate for healthcare workers, why are we firing doctors and healthcare providers that are wearing masks outside of the individual rooms? Something doesn't add up here, Tom. All right,
Yep.
the news is
I'm in
coming in
Missouri.
too fast now,
In the Ozarks.
and it's finally starting to deviate away from the coronavirus at the center. It's still all deviating from it, but we're getting farther removed from it, which is refreshing. But we got judges releasing inmates. We got judges releasing illegal immigrants, all in the name of the coronavirus. I got all this other stuff, but we'll get to that. So much crazy stuff. I got Andrew Cuomo with what looks to be nipple piercings. I mean, nothing against it, but it seems a little strange for the mayor. We'll get into that. Some other news here with Tom Papper. Let me do this, though. Again, I identified this a while ago, why they resurrected MSN as some propaganda wing for the establishment, but they've done it. Now, this is strange to me, Tom. I was reading this story in the last break. Frightened doctors face off with hospitals over rules on protective gear. Now, this individual doctor, who's the main story here, was wearing a protective face mask, and we've already talked about this with people on the air, how they're being told they cannot wear protective face masks outside of actual, surgical rooms or rooms where their patients are. I've heard different stories from this. I've heard one, because that's just normal procedure, and they don't regularly do that. Two, I've heard they've been told to do that not to cause panic during this coronavirus thing. Well, either way, this story, because see, it's all about any negative news and then blame Trump. But the story talks about how this doctor wore the protective mask outside of the room with the patient he was treating, and was fired for it. Fired. He has not been the only one. And so there's other doctors and administrators they talk about in this story that lost their job for either talking publicly about the procedures inside the hospital or wearing their masks in areas they were deemed not to. Multiple doctors. If these hospitals are such war zones, if we're so desperate for healthcare workers, why are we firing doctors and healthcare providers that are wearing masks outside of the individual rooms? Something doesn't add up here, Tom.
No, that certainly makes no sense whatsoever. I mean, you would think maybe you give them a stern talking, like, say this is so bad. I don't understand why this is so bad in the first place, but it makes no sense to fire somebody. You yell at them, you tell them you're going to go an hour without pay, whatever the case may be. But if we are in a pandemic where you've got Fauci up there saying 100,000 to 200,000 dead, you have major studies that say it could have been 2 million if we didn't shut down the economy. I mean, that's what we're supposed to be up against. You're supposed to be every single bed is taken in a hospital. We've got people in the parking lots getting treatment. We've got people in the morgues overflowing. We're putting 3 bodies apiece in the body bags like they did in China. And if that's really what we're going to be experiencing, then you would certainly not want to fire a doctor. You would be doing anything you can. You would be telling people, complete your residency in a coronavirus ward. You would be doing anything you can to get somebody there to put another ventilator in, to do whatever. And this whole thing about masks, Owen, has been one of the most peculiar media deceptions of our time, in my opinion, because you read these articles, you're not even an article, you read what the CDC says, what the Surgeon General say, and they say normal people do not need a mask. It can actually make you more likely to get coronavirus if you don't know how to wear a mask. Masks will not make you safer, except doctors should all have masks, because doctors are magical, you see, and when a doctor puts a mask on, it suddenly works. And you and me, Owen, we're just stupid in the Midwest who have no idea. We don't understand how masks work.
Figure out this darn tootin' confangled mask setup here. Am I using it right?
I don't know. I'm not hurting. I got.
Wait a second. Do I put it over my head like this? Does this protect me from the corona?
I don't know.
Maybe like this? How do I, Doc? What am I doing it right, Doc? I'm not feeling so hot. Uh-oh, Doc. What do I do? Yeah, no, it's. I think we can figure it out. But speaking of that, being from the Midwest, I do actually talked to Jim Hoff the other day, just because I'm just the Gateway Pundit is doing such great work, and it's just so nice to see. I was saying this earlier. It's so nice to see what used to be considered alternative news or whatever. Like, we're becoming the mainstream. Like, the national file is growing, getting big. The Gateway Pundit is mainstream. InfoWars is now controlling the narrative, so they can try to hide that as much as they want. But the Gateway Pundit doing so much great work. And I was just saying to Jim, I was like, it's just so great what you guys are doing. And as someone from St. Louis, to see the Gateway City, the Gateway Arch, the Gateway Pundit, that kind of has a sense of pride for me too. But the numbers don't add up. This is from the Gateway Pundit. The numbers just don't add up. And see, these are just the common sense questions that we can just put out there. And it's just like, you don't need to be a scientist. You don't need to be even a hayseed from the sticks like me can get it. Headline: the numbers just don't add up. Nearly 500,000 went to hospital in 2018-2019 flu season, but today there are not enough hospital beds for coronavirus patients, even though we only have said to identified 85,000. So where's all this panic? We're firing doctors for wearing masks. We're claiming hospitals are war zones. You go to a hospital, it's like dead. It's like a ghost town. Literally, it's like, I don't even want to report that. Literally, 100% of my human intel is the doctors from everybody. It's ghost town of the hospitals. Nobody there. And so now they're saying, oh my gosh, it's a war zone. We don't have the ventilators. We don't have the rooms. We don't have everything. Well, you're still looking at about, what, like 3-4 times as many people hospitalized in 2018 for the flu than the coronavirus, and yet we're saying somehow we're in a shortage here? The numbers don't add up.
Well, and the spin on this is, well, because of coronavirus, they're all hitting the hospital at once. But and I mean, I granted, we're in Kansas here. We have 126 across the entire state, and yet the entire state is shut down. It's insane. It does not match what's actually happening. But I drove by the hospital thinking, well, maybe there's going to be like hundreds of people outside saying, I want the test, I want the swab, I have the sniffles, I have a cough, my throat hurts, help me. And no, I mean, it was the most deserted. We have 3 hospitals in the city. This was the most deserted I've ever seen this particular hospital. There were 2 cars in the parking lot that I could see. I was shocked. I have never seen it that deserted in my entire life, and I used to live right by it. It was bizarre to me, and I'm sitting there thinking, is that ominous? Is that a good sign? I don't know. But if you want to look, you mentioned Cuomo a second ago. If you want to look at the real root behind a lot of this, it's what Cuomo is doing. I think he is posturing himself to be the Democrat nominee. I think they're going to Cuomo, and you had him on, I believe it was the 20th or the 24th, saying, we need masks. The government won't send us masks. You sent us 400. We need 30,000. This is what the man said. Well, then it comes out President Trump actually sent them 4,000, and 2,000 of those were sitting in a warehouse in New Jersey. This has now been popularized. Trump has talked about it. So they find out they're sitting in a warehouse in New Jersey, and then Cuomo comes up and says, well, actually, we have enough masks, and we will distribute them as necessary. So there is part of me, I mean, I really, really hope that Jim Hoft is right, because I tend to agree with him. What we're seeing in reality does not match what we're seeing on the TV screens and on our smartphones. It just doesn't match up.
Well, look, the Cuomos, they have thick skulls, okay? And so there's not much room for a brain inside. Honestly, it's almost funny. Like, part of me is kind of endeared by it, just the kind of normalcy, like the average man kind of angle of it. But if they weren't such liberal frauds, it would be more enjoyable. But they don't seem to measure things very well, do they? Where Cuomo is having a press conference and he thinks, hey, I've got this stash of ventilators and masks and everything. I'm going to put them behind me on display for the cameras while I'm bitching about how I don't have masks and ventilators. And you're just like, wow, you didn't even have the foresight to see that. And then the other day, and this is just weird, okay? I really don't even know. Because I don't care. Look, if you want to pierce your nipples, that's none of my business. But I think it's pretty clear that Mayor Andrew Andrew Cuomo has pierced nipples. Okay, it even looks like a double Dutch deal. I don't know if it's called that, but it's like 2 piercings, like an X, into his nipples. Okay, I'm serious. I don't know if Tom has seen this. All right, we're about to go to break.
Photos.
All right, we're about to go to break. We're gonna have to show this, folks. Look, I'm asking though. So Mayor Cuomo obviously has some deal with his nipples being pierced or some kink with like a nipple thing on. I don't know what it is. But has he been checked for a nixivum scar? That's what I want to know.
I want some of those cherries.
InfoWars money troubles, for us to be able to expand, would be over if I got up here and said this virus is the end of the world. We would sell 5 times more stuff. When I get up here and say, I think this is hyped up, I think this is a weapon against the country, we see sales go straight down. A, I'm not going to be immoral. B, if we have a Great Depression, the money will be worth nothing. There'll be war on the streets. So buying into the hype is dangerous. And we've looked at the
They don't have to declare war. They don't have to do anything. All they need to do is constrict our supply chain, and it can suffocate us. It can kill us. Intentional, as the research paper that was mysteriously pulled for no apparent reason.
was trying to find out if this microphone was made in China. The microphone stand has the Made in China label. Couldn't find it on the microphone or the wires or anything. Pastor Rodney Howard Brown, who's a friend of the broadcast, arrested in Tampa Bay for holding a church ceremony.
I was amazed. I was listening to people on social media say, "Oh, well, that was an unlawful assembly." I said,
Unlawful assembly?
It's like I haven't heard that term since the Soviet Union.
Literally.
That's insane. And you have people ratting each other out. You have people becoming.
Yeah.
We should probably create an award for the snitch of the day. They're doing it to another church in another part of the country. Someone who's a potential client of mine. We arranged to make sure that the police recognize that the local mayor's order were unconstitutional. But their nature of their beliefs are that they cannot forsake the physical fellowship of their fellow believers. So that's why, and not only that, they had some who couldn't use effectively social media to be able to access it due to various issues. People were spying on the church to see if they were going to be going to church. Called in the police, the police had to re-review and realize, okay, this was all okay, regardless of what the mayor's order was. It enraged those people so much that they went onto social media, Facebook, Twitter, doxed the church members, doxed the pastor. Then they followed that up with threats to burn down church if they do it again.
I'm going to calm down right now because my blood is starting to boil. So before I go off the hinges here, I'm just going to take a deep breath and calm down because I am ticked right now. I am so mad right now on the inside, and I usually like to wear it on my sleeve, but I'm not going to do that today. I'm not going to yell. I told myself I wouldn't yell today. Told myself I'd control my temper. So I'm going to do that. Okay?
Okay.
But when I see a panel of control freaks holding a secret board meeting, Event 201, planning out a coronavirus outbreak just as it came out, and they're going to sit here and plan how they're going to control us when this happens, go f- yourself. The story talks about how this doctor wore the protective mask outside of the room with the patient he was treating, and he was fired for it. Fired. He has not been the only one. And so there's other doctors and administrators they talk about in this story that lost their job for either talking publicly about the procedures inside the hospital or wearing their masks in areas they were deemed not to. Multiple doctors. If these hospitals are such war zones, if we're so desperate for healthcare workers, why are we firing doctors and healthcare providers that are wearing masks outside of the individual rooms? Something doesn't add up here, Tom.
As a federal court determined today in Austin, Texas, though ironically, only for Planned Parenthood so far. So apparently, essential services includes abortion, but doesn't include church, doesn't include the right to purchase a gun for your own defense, doesn't include the right to have free assembly either in church or for political purposes, doesn't include the right to privacy under the Fourth Amendment unless it's for an abortion. Doesn't include the right to your business or your property under the Fifth Amendment, unless, of course, it's Planned Parenthood. So the court's decision was right on the Constitution, but those principles of essential services should be extended and applied to all constitutionally protected liberties, not just the ones the left celebrates.
Ladies and gentlemen, you may have seen mainstream news attacking Mike Lindell. I figured out why. Now, there was a movie called Unplanned. Mike Lindell actually played in it, but let's watch the clip. Mike Lindell takes a bulldozer to Planned Parenthood.
Oh, shit.
Hey, are you kidding? I've been waiting for this my whole life.
And now you know why they hate Mike Lindell. He gives God the glory when he has the public stage, and he gleefully bulldozes a Planned Parenthood. Doesn't
Damn right. Like that. I've been waiting for that my whole life. Badass. Yeah, man. Hey, Buffalo Bill, grab a link. Come on up, man. It's actually getting cold tonight. It's supposed to get down to like 37. Brr. It's almost 70 today. Yeah, pretty soon it'll have to be Asian food. And then it'll be stuff from that other side of the planet. Oh, well, I think they are. They're losing everything they've gained in the last 40 years. Because Trump. Because of Trump. Yeah. It's awesome. Yep. Sorry. Trump's about to make the dollar junk. And we'll have a new American treasury note. You bet, brother. What's up, Wild Blue Bill?
Man, that's silver.
Oh, damn. I think you might have. You're not supposed to eat it, dude.
I know, huh?
Right? I had a buddy of mine. He's like, I think I mentioned it the other night. I was telling him about it. You know, he works the barges up and down the Mississippi River.
Yeah.
He comes back, dude. I heard that shit turns you blue. I just started laughing. I was like, dude, you know me, right? It's like, I'm red, okay?
Yeah.
And in the wintertime, I turn pink.
Yeah.
I don't turn beige. I turn pink, okay? And turn around, and I was like, I've been doing this for 5 years. I was kind of hoping if it turned you blue, I'd get a purple out of this, He started laughing.
Yeah.
So, yeah, right. It don't turn you blue. You'd have to you'd have to really have some industrial level kind of exposure. You know what I'm saying? To actually have it turn you blue.
I got to keep this plugged in while I'm talking because it's been and another thing too. I found out that not just my phone, not just my internet, but there's a map out there showing T-Mobile. I think T-Mobile and a couple others that were having internet trouble.
Oh yeah, yeah. I've Az mentioned it earlier too. I was talking to him that there was an issue with his internet down there as well, and he was online with somebody in Georgia, I think, and also up in New York. But
Yeah,
yeah,
I think it's kind of a warning that something's getting ready to happen, and we might be losing all communications
well, I
pretty
could think.
soon.
Yeah.
So,
I think you got a text.
like we talked about last night.
On the flashlight.
Oh, yeah. You have the flashlight.
My phone. Yep, he's right there.
Okay, got him.
What anymore?
Let me see who was my letter. Hold on.
I'm saying if you got any more on you. I don't see any.
What about back here?
No. It's clear.
Here. Shit. Hold on a second, guys. Yes, sit it down.
So we can say Chinese restaurant, but we can't say Chinese virus. Really nice, huh? It's freaking idiotic.
There it is.
I tried to type that in, and it wouldn't let me type it in.
Yeah, there he went. He popped over there. I got 3 of them in a Powerade bottle in my room.
My back at all.
No, you're good.
What about here?
Yep. Small one. Got him.
Thank you.
Well, I know how to get them off. You just lift them up and everything, get their butt up in the air. You ain't gonna. See, he's a itty bitty one. That's the size I had one on my hip.
You up there?
What, are you taking out ticks over there?
Yep.
Yeah, just checking.
Right.
All right, good deal. Thank you. I had one up here underneath my neck earlier. It's like I was like, "What?"
He's paranoid now.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're good.
Good deal. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, man.
Yeah, I don't want him sucking the blood out of you. I still need your help.
Right. Right. No, we gotta check for that. You know, I've been doing the B12 and stuff, but we're dealing with we're messing in the leaves and digging in the
I
dirt.
know.
You got no choice,
pulled
but
2 of them off me earlier.
yeah, I pulled
And I'm not about to say where.
before or today.
Well, we have them up here too.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, as long as you get them right away. I mean, I already put the flea and tick stuff on Ranger. He had gotten a couple of them, and I think I got them all.
I'm wondering
But
if
yeah.
garlic helps. Do you think garlic helps not get ticks?
Yes, but it's more of a topical kind of thing. You can eat it, but you have to eat a lot of it.
I eat garlic.
I know.
I love garlic.
But you have to really take a lot of it to be an effective deterrent like that.
I put it on my hamburgers and all kinds of shit, dude. I eat it on almost everything.
Right.
So I've had it in my body, in my system for years.
Right.
But I haven't had it in a while, and that's why they're on me.
What's up, Bill?
I don't get bit by mosquitoes when I eat garlic.
Nope, neither do I.
No, you won't. You know, I do, you know, but B12 does help a lot with that stuff. It does. Because I'm telling you, we're right now we're doing all this tilling and stuff. I'm walking, we're cleaning up leaves and the whole 9 yards. So we're in the mess. You know what I'm saying? Where they live.
Again.
Yeah.
Sorry,
So
I'm not trying to pry.
it's okay. Right.
You've got woods all around there. That's the main reason.
Oh hell yeah! You know, there's nothing but woods and creeks and, and ponds and lakes and rivers and just more woods.
I'm gonna make one of those little tick pullers, I think, out of copper. The little tick pullers. I
Oh,
just hammer it out on an anvil with a piece of copper, and I make a little tick puller.
oh,
You've
okay.
seen them. They got like a little triangular slot in them, and you just fit it over the tick, and you kind of get it under there, and it pulls the tick out. And they don't like copper.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Well, I don't. I use tweezers or fingernails and and turn around and then I just burn them until they pop. With a lighter. Yep. Just put them on a porch or concrete surface and light them up till they pop.
Yeah, as long as you don't leave the head in there.
Well, yeah. Generally, if you catch them within 10 hours, you're going to be able to pull them out readily. If it's further than that, if it's more than 10 hours or so, it seems to be like 10 to 12 hours, they'll get really dug in, and then you really need to, you got to use a heat to back them out.
I used to live up in the mountains, pretty high up at altitude, almost to the timberline. And what the timberline is, it's so high up there that there's no trees will grow. That's why they call it the timberline.
Right.
With my cousin, and he had a couple of German shepherds, and these dogs would go out and all these big pine forests and everything, and they'd come back full of ticks and porcupine quills and all kind. Those dogs cannot resist a porcupine. They have to go after a porcupine. And they did it over and over and over again. And we'd strap them down to a freaking big old piece of plywood, get all the belts in the house and strap the dog down to hold him down, and just start pulling out quills. And you got to snip the quill so you can get it out, because there's something that lets go right when you snip the end of the quill.
Yeah.
Because they got a little hook in there. They got barbs. And they stay in there. And you just hurt the dog. Oh my gosh. And then once we're done, the dogs are all grateful, and then they go back and do it again. And one of the dogs got so bad from going after porcupines, he died.
No shit.
It just got all infected and everything, and the dog died.
Oh, that sucks.
From all those porcupine quills.
Hey, it's time for firing the bolt. We missed it.
420.
You don't have to yell. They can hear you.
I'm done.
Yeah.
Where do you want the ball, man? Dang, look
Told
at you.
Hey,
What's yours is mine and what's mine is yours?
so I'm just like, damn.
Or should I say what's yours is yours and what's mine is yours? No.
Yeah. So that will suck. I mean, damn. But anyway, so no, but Ranger's been kicking ass, dude. He's like twice as big as his siblings. We took him with me today to go pick up the tiller, and he's twice as big as the other puppies in there.
Get a lot of snakes over there?
Not a lot. Generally up here, I mean, you can if you get down into the woods a bit, where the trees are down and stuff like that. You got to be careful. But yeah, we do get snakes around here, mostly copperhead and black snake. But copperheads usually don't, other than moccasin, and that's only with a standard full-time creek or bigger, because they need the water, want the water. They don't usually come up on dry land too much.
My son, the little black dog that I've got, it's his dog. He gets regular anti-venom shots for the dog. So they don't, if they get bit, it builds up a tolerance.
Yeah.
She'll have a tolerance to it if she gets bit.
That's a good idea.
Right. That's a good idea. Yep.
That's why I asked you if you had any rattlesnakes or anything over there.
No, it's very rare. You'll see a rattlesnake. Very rare. I mean, it's almost unheard of, actually. So
We got a lot here, and I used to not hardly ever see them, and then the greenies, as Jack calls them, they made them an endangered species. So now we've got rattlesnakes all over the freaking place. I don't care. I shoot them. I don't give a shit.
All right.
Amen.
I mean, you live in the wastelands, basically. You know what I'm saying? It's just,
well, not up in the mountains. They're not wastelands up there. They're beautiful up there.
Well, I'm not saying in the mountains. Living in the mountains.
No, you're right. I'm on the Great Salt Waste.
Yeah, exactly. The wastelands. Yeah.
Hey, I went to school in Clearfield.
Yep. Job Corps. Yeah.
Yep. That's where I got my GED at.
Good job.
Thanks, man. Then I went in the Army.
Double good job.
Yeah.
High five. High five. High five.
Oh, man.
So what was your MOS in the Army?
11 Bravo.
Oh, okay. I was the 13. I was lower up.
You were a 13 what?
13 Bravo. I was a 31 Victor and a 13 Bravo, both.
I was wanting sniper school. They wouldn't put me in it. They didn't trust me.
A lot of people say they're snipers and really weren't.
Oh, I was. Trust me. I can shoot. As long as I can get my sight ins correctly, I can shoot my ass off. That's not a problem.
Yeah, he's the one that got the buck last year on the property here.
But if you go to sniper school, it's a 5-week program, and it is right now. I think it used to be longer when I was in, but it's and they didn't really have a lot of snipers. It was usually somebody that had been airborne or was a ranger or something like that went to sniper school.
Right.
But other than that, they didn't have that many designated snipers. And thanks to Carlos Hathcock, he's the one that freaking started the sniper thing back up, because before Vietnam there were no snipers. So he had a Remington 870. Was it 870? 700? Sorry, Remington 700 bolt action. That was Hathcock's rifle, and he freaking probably had the most kills of any sniper ever in military history.
Nice.
What's that?
I said nice.
And then other than that, we had the American sniper who got killed, but he's he did break records, but he didn't break Carlos Hathcock's record.
Really?
Yeah, he got like the longest kill. Chris Kyle.
Right.
Oh, hey,
his weapon
in the house. I'm sorry, AZ.
AZ.
Dude, I didn't see you down there. I was like, oh.
Hey. What's going on?
Glad to have here. What's happening?
Snuck in on me, man. Can hardly see.
I'm on my tablet. I got a new phone, and I'm testing out tethering it to my tablet because they shut that down on my old phone.
Oh, really? Oh, wow.
Really? Oh, wow.
Am I coming through okay?
Yeah. Yeah. I'm
Okay.
getting some feedback. Hold on a second.
Well, I have I've got Natalie on my phone.
Yeah,
I don't
let
know
me
whether
see.
you can see that or not.
Yeah, it's coming from your screen.
Yeah, I've got them talking on a voice chat. Yeah.
Get you hyper
So I'm
network.
seeing, see, I'm seeing if I can. They are in. They're playing the game Toontown.
Oh, is that what they're doing?
Yeah.
Oh man, I got a big time talkback
Natalie,
coming at me from your screen.
I got to drop out.
Oh,
I'll be back.
okay, good deal.
Okay. So. Hopefully, I can keep my cell phone provider from knowing that I'm tethering. Because I did that for like a year, maybe as long as a year and a half, and I got into a discussion with a bunch of people on Discord about VPNs.
Right.
And so I thought I'd try it out. So I downloaded a VPN app for my phone. And as soon as I did that, my phone started acting strange. It's like they started restricting my data usage on the phone, or my bandwidth.
Right. Okay.
And I mean, it was really bad. So I felt they were sending me a message like, get rid of that damn VPN. And so I took it off, and I guess whatever tech was observing me figured out that I was tethering to other devices, and they went through this process of like trying to stop me in various ways, but I kept noticing my bandwidth like slowing down at times. And finally, I got notified there was an update for my phone, which I kept hitting the later button. And then one day my phone shut down and restarted all by itself, and the update went through, and I could not tether anymore.
Right.
Damn.
Yeah, that was like 3 months ago that happened.
Wow.
So here we are.
Yay. Hey, let me refresh my screen because I don't know if it's me or you.
It might be me. I don't know.
I'll be right back.
Okay. Hey, he's gone. And here we are, kids. Just us. Unfortunately, I cannot see the chat.
All right. Is that? It's you.
It's me?
Yeah. Just refresh.
Am I like lagging?
A little.
Am I getting robotic?
It's like you stop every.
Yeah. Well, I might try it on my laptop and see what happens.
Oh, okay. Cool.
But I should do like a bandwidth test on my tablet to see how fast the tethering is.
There you go. Buffalo Bill. Why did you leave?
Yeah, this tablet has a dark camera on it.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's like it's playing a shadow.
The shadow. The specter.
Da-da-da-da.
Oh, what's going on?
Well, you know,
you know,
you don't want to be recognized.
want to be recognized.
Those guys on the news
Guys on the news
Yeah.
talking incognito so that they don't
so that they don't get
lose a job.
Yeah.
lose a job.
All I need is a voice changer.
Right. It's wrong.
It's wrong.
Yeah. So if anyone hasn't seen it, Wiz put up a new video today of Wiz's adventures in Wizardland.
Oh yeah.
Oh
Which
yeah.
one?
Which one?
You talking about the
What?
one?
You talking about the one?
Are you there? Lost sound on you. Yeah. Oh, geez. Izzy, what happened? Well, you lost your mic. It says you're muted. And I
How's that?
that you muted out.
Hey, you know this Android shit sometimes does stuff all by itself.
Oh wow.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
You were saying about did you see the one I
Did you see the one I uploaded today?
Well, I was reminding everyone in the chat that you put up a new video.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Yeah. Well, what the fuck?
Yeah, it's been.
Technical.
Yeah, it's been.
I'm sorry. I'm still hearing myself.
I'm still hearing myself
Talk back to me.
talk back to me.
I'm just like plugging things in and moving things around. I think I'm going to try doing this on my laptop to see how that works.
All right.
Okay, I'll be back in a little bit.
Okay. You know what it does?
Okay.
It sounds
You know what it does? It sounds
reminds me that
like
what we have
like what we
with
have
people
for
not muting the
people
YouTube
not
page.
muting the YouTube page.
Yeah, you know, I didn't understand anything you just said. Yeah. I'm going to try it on my laptop. I'll be back in a few minutes.
Cool. Yeah, you have to talk in short sentences so that you can get it.
Right.
Time for pie.
Okay, I need to upgrade my warehouse. That's why I keep losing fucking food.
He's playing on his phone.
Who, your friend?
No, you. I was talking to them.
Hmm.
You're playing on the phone. Like what?
Talking to myself, guys. Talking
Yeah.
to myself.
Yeah.
I'm trying not to get involved in your guys' little
What?
video show here.
Well, it's just a bunch of us hanging out. Yeah. There's Wild Bill. What are you doing, Wild Bill?
Okay, I'm back.
You're back.
Hey, I got a guy on my game named Buffalo Bill. I think.
Yeah, there was a guy on one of those Hannibal Lecter called Buffalo Bill too.
Yeah. Now he was an evil son of a bitch.
Oh yeah, I think the movie was Red Dragon.
Yes.
Yep.
It was the second to Silence of the Lambs.
Yeah.
How's it going, sir?
Good.
Apparently, I'm in the spotlight right now.
Yep, you're on the screen.
That's all right. That's all right. No problemo.
Yeah, it was a good movie. I'll answer a phone to a friend of mine and I'll be like, "Hello, Clarice," and they're like, "What?" And I sound like
Clarice?
little. Come on.
Clarice.
Yeah, hello, Clarice.
But yeah,
Care for some adrenochrome?
You hear me?
right. It puts the lotion on the skin unless it gets the hose again.
Here goes Billy.
Oh man.
Yeah, go ahead. I need 2,297. Well, that's all I got, my bad.
So, with all the stuff that's happening, when do you think these the lights are going to go out on these things, huh?
If I were to guess, I would say it could be any day now. But we just, and I don't think they're going. If it's leaking, if the information is leaking out, I don't think that they're going to do it right away. Maybe they might wait because, like you said, the element of surprise, could be the determining factor.
I said that
Let them get comfortable. Let them get nice and comfortable, and then all of a sudden, a rude awakening. Just like they did to Roger Stone. Roger Stone's just sitting there in his freaking house, and all of a sudden, boom, 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 FBI.
Right.
And it's kind of interesting. CNN is like a block away just before it happens.
Right. White House sending troops to border as part of coronavirus fight for extra protection.
That'd be good. Because they actually found, this is something I didn't mention that happened a couple of weeks ago.
Yep.
They found like 300 Chinese nationals trying to sneak over the border.
Yep.
They were trying to get out of China, and they figured the way to get in was through the southern border.
Mexican border. Yep.
Damn.
Yeah, it's bad stuff.
All this was set in motion by our government, by all the governments.
It was by the deep state.
Yes.
I don't think and the deep state is all the governments, and they're the ones that have had a stranglehold on all of Europe and our country and lots of other countries, including Canada. Canada's just totally controlled by the deep state. And we could look at Soros as the boogeyman, but he's just a small fraction of the part of the puzzle.
Now, I know that one of the four, what was I? One of the four factions, that's it, has a hand in it, if not two of them. Or do you think they all have a hand in it?
Yeah.
Because nothing goes on in this country without one, if not, one of them approving it, if not all four.
This is the big game.
Right.
Israel,
I
I don't think Israel is squeaky clean either.
Or the whole 9 yards, all of them.
Yeah.
Israel's not squeaky clean, and there's a lot of people out there believing Israel can do no wrong. But they are not squeaky clean. And neither is the UK.
Sounds like my ex-wife.
What's that?
So that sounds like my ex-wife. She can't do nothing wrong.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
And no, we're not going to pay for Meghan Markle and Harry. We're not going to pay for them.
Right. We're not paying their security. It's not a diplomatic process any longer. They're not part of the crown.
1776.
Exactly. We are no longer subjects of the crown. We will not bear their cost for them.
They owe us.
Yep. That's exactly right.
Huckleberry says she's going to fatten up for you guys, she says.
Huh?
That's what she said. She just said she's going to fatten up for us. Whatever that
Okay.
means. Well, I got to admit, if you're real and we go into a famine, like I'm having over here a pie famine, I had to get my pie from Jamaica. There's a big pie famine out west here. So
Whatever. This is shit. Oh man. Can you imagine the automated farms going in out along the San Joaquin Valley?
yeah, I think that's way cool.
Talk about fucking badass. When that
As long
place
as-
was running, dude, I'm telling you what, man, there was no way to get a truckload of anything going in. You had to deadhead into California to get a load out.
I remember that.
Yeah. The guys were always bitching about, you got to load into California? I was like, yeah, I got to go out to California. Well, shit, man. I'll trade you because I can get loads coming out. And I was just a company runner, so, but when I was over the road, I was driving for Keyway.
Oh, you were driving reefers, right?
No, we were running daylight loads, LA, New York. We did a lot of medicine stuff too.
I hauled a lot of stuff into California actually, and they would have to deadhead me all the way up to Oregon or Washington. And
right,
that
because
is
we headed back east with an ag load. Right.
yeah.
Yeah,
But
if you had a reefer truck, you're running nonstop, but you have to deadhead it in.
I'm a flatbed driver, so I'm not really into the box stuff.
Hot shotters.
Yeah, I do flatbeds and dirt work.
Yeah, crane outs, shit like that.
Yeah, oversized loads.
Mm-hmm.
I haul a lot of construction equipment, dirt, gravel, rock, you name it.
They were bringing in some bridge struts. I mean, they were like 200 footers. You know what I'm saying? Those bridge supports, those steel pieces, big monster steel pieces, man. The 200 footers, and I remember they were taking down light posts and stuff like that around corners and shit, prepping for the travel.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I was hauling cranes, and some of these cranes were so big, we had to take special routes and stuff for them, and we actually had to have police show up at certain bridges and everything to direct traffic to get me under the freaking bridge.
Right. In certain spots and stuff, yeah.
Yeah, I was doing it. The Salt Lake International Airport was having a big job. This is last summer, and they were having a big job out there. They're expanding the airport, so it's becoming one of the biggest airports in the country.
Right.
And,
wow.
And, I'm not sure it's kind of on the table right now, but they're talking about they're out by the airport. They're creating an inland port for air travel, trains, everything. And they're calling it the inland port. That's what they're calling it.
Oh, wow. Yeah, they actually had a kick-ass set of truck set. There's like a bed. It had the driver cab underneath down by the tires on that 200 span, a 200 footer.
Yeah,
that was actually a separate kind of truck. The rear wheels support set was driven independently.
Yeah,
they had another driver in it. That was pretty badass.
Oh, Wiz, you got to see these big mine trucks. They're
Oh, yeah.
computer operated. The mines, the tires are taller than the house you live in.
Oh,
That's
I know.
how big
I know.
they are.
Yeah, you're
Freaking
talking about those.
yeah, and they just had a big slide out there at the mine. It's the largest. It's the largest open pit mine in the world. Right
And
out
where's
here.
it?
It's
In Utah?
Kennecott Copper Mine in Bingham, Utah.
Bingham, Utah.
Yeah, they call it the Bingham Mine. The only other one that's close to that is one in Peru. So they don't just get copper out of there. They get because they've got these separators and everything. They get gold
Right.
out of there, silver, everything, every kind of ore. It's all separated and processed and everything right there. It's the largest mine, open pit mine in the world.
Wow.
They say that you could see it from outer space, that the astronauts could see it.
Yep, I know which one you're talking about. Actually, they had to give it its own airspace because it has a tendency to suck in airplanes.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's always been called the Kennecott Mine, but it's been owned by different companies for a while. Japanese owned it. The British owned it. You know,
Right.
That's our resources are leaving our country, and it's kind of maddening, you know,
It is.
when you think about all the iron and everything that they mine out of here, then they ship it offshore, and the Chinese process it and sell it back to us, and they got the resources from us to begin with.
Do you see Crow Man? And he says, you said you were gonna fatten up. Then Bill started talking about oversized loads. So I'm just working with the material you guys are providing. Sorry, man. This is some funny shit. Oh, but yeah, there's all kinds of weird stuff happening, man. Did you hear about they were digging down for a mine in North Carolina, I think it was, and they found giants. They found, well, not alive, but I mean, they found like, well, skeletons and stuff in the mines. They broke into a section of the mine that was already a structure down there, and they actually.
You know what's really, I'm trying to understand this one too. They actually, you've probably seen it. This ancient, some kind of an ancient, I think it was an oil lamp or something they found in a coal vein. These coal miners did. And they're saying that it had to have been like millions of years old, or it may not have been. Maybe coal doesn't take that long to fossilize.
Maybe not that long.
All coal is it's oil that's been fossilized.
Right. Yep.
It's just oil that got. In fact, you can take coal.
Take thousands of years, maybe to fossilize.
Well, I don't know. They lied to us about everything. They tried to tell us it was from dinosaurs, and then it was exhaustible, and it's not. It's not exhaustible. We're not exhausting the oil on the planet.
Right. It's just, yeah. So we keep talking about it,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. We keep talking about it, and the oil wells fill up. They refill,
and they keep calling these big power plants fossil-fired plants, and it's not from fossils.
No.
It's just from oil and coal, and those aren't fossils.
The Earth that takes place in the Earth's crust. Yep.
So,
just like the atmosphere processes the elements that it intersects with from space, and then creates the atmosphere we have.
This is how bogus our science is.
Mhm.
You know, they try to get people, you know, I'm going to trust science. Well, I don't trust science. I think you're probably more of a scientist than the freaking scientists are. I think I am. I think Huckleberry is. I think Huckleberry is a professor.
a, a piefessor. She's a piefessor.
I think Huckleberry might be a professor. And it's all a big act she's putting on in here.
It's over for you. Oh, good.
I'm glad Huckleberry's here. I think everybody else is. She's fun to talk to.
Yeah. Of course. and speaking of that, firing the boat. It's time. Yeah.
I only believe hearsay and conjecture. All righty then.
Hey, Michelle.
Hey,
What's up?
not much. What's up?
I'm
How are you doing?
Hmm?
Are you going to have your stream at 10 o'clock tonight?
I already did. I just got done.
You said 10, and it's only 9:43 here.
It's 10:43 here.
It's
Your clock is wrong.
It's 8:43. No, it's 9:40. Yeah, 9:43. Where he is.
Your clock is wrong with.
I'm Eastern.
What's Eastern mean?
Eastern time. East Coast. Eastern.
He knows.
Oh, okay.
In trouble.
I'm just testing you, Michelle.
I know.
So, Michelle, are you worried?
Worried about what?
That's what I'm asking.
No, I just got a nasty message, so I'm sorry I was reading that.
Oh.
Why are you paying attention to those nasty messages?
Well, because I reached out to somebody and I apologized to somebody, and well.
Oh, okay. I remembered that actually.
No,
I
this
think I
was
know
a new
what you're
one.
talking about.
Yeah.
Oh.
This is a new person.
Well, you know.
I've said I forgive him. Never mind.
God.
I didn't apologize to him because I didn't do nothing to him.
Well,
just...
maybe it's a Baal worshiper.
Right. Yeah, maybe.
Could
just
be undercover.
Just some old man named Bobby who's just his name's Bobby. That's all I have to say. He's just miserable.
We showed a video earlier. There was a video showing that the guy was bulldozing a Planned Parenthood location.
Well, you shared the video and I missed it.
Yeah. Who shared that video?
That was it. Even that's what happened.
Was that easy? No.
I'll have to see it. I don't know. I didn't see it.
Let me see if I can find it.
Maybe you could show it again.
Yeah.
You have it? I'd like to see it because I don't remember seeing it. If he has it, this is going to be good, Michelle.
Hello, brothers and sisters. It's me.
Because Pelosi would love to fund that.
I'm trying to figure out where that came from because of course you're never gonna find it on this. You know what? I bet you it was in that last report I aired from yeah, I think so.
They don't have to declare war. They don't have to do anything. All they need to do is constrict our supply chain, and it can suffocate us. It can kill us. Intentional, as the research paper that was pulled for no apparent reason, is
trying to locate this this clip. It was like stuck in the middle of something else I was showing.
Did ZoomBait leave?
I don't know. Oh yeah. Here it is.
Clip. Mike Lindell takes a bulldozer to Planned Parenthood.
Huh?
Hey, are you kidding? I've been waiting for this my whole life.
Cool.
And now you know why they hate Mike Lindell. He gives God the glory when he has the public stage, and he gleefully bulldozes a Planned Parenthood. Doesn't get much better than that.
No way. There's got to be more video than that.
How's that?
There you go. Now
How's
you
it,
know why CNN didn't air him.
Right.
Now you know. That's why the media cut him off, is because they know who Mike Lindell is. Molech worshiping bastard.
Wow, YouTube don't even have a video of it.
I know. That's what I was saying. I went and did a search for it separately, and I was like, I couldn't find anything. I went into Duck. I went into, my private stuff, and couldn't find anything on it. But there it was, and that's what I was saying. It came up randomly.
And you found it on InfoWars?
Yeah, it was on the War Room show.
St. Louis City.
We were watching it for the article that was in was about things don't add up on band.video. And yeah, that's where it was.
Anyway, as far as the masks go, I found out how to make them.
They're not going to save you, though.
No, they're not. But if you've got to have a Corona mask, the secret is citric acid in the mask. That's the secret.
Really? Charcoal?
Yep. I thought charcoal, because charcoal, traps a lot of stuff, pathogens. No, the secret for coronavirus in the surgical masks. Oh, and if the masks don't do any good, Michelle, here's my question. Let's say if they don't do any good, then why are they telling us to leave them to the healthcare workers instead of us?
I don't know. All I know is it's airborne. It lives on plastic, Like if someone goes shopping, let's say, and decides to pick up Raisin Bran cereal, but decides to have Golden Grams instead, that virus is going to live on that same box of cereal for more than 14 days.
That's why you stay out of Walmart.
Well,
Don't
dude, you have to go grocery shopping. I don't care if it's just Walmart, Tops, Wegmans, or if it's your local gas station. It's still going to live on that
Yeah.
box of cereal.
Walmart is where all the Chinese products are coming to. They're probably the ones infecting us.
Well, they're
It's China
I
Mart.
think
It's
this purposely
Wuhan.
got. I don't believe this was man-made created, but I believe this purposely got out of control because of China.
I don't have any belief about it. I don't believe anything.
No.
One thing I learned in the army: believe half of what you see and nothing of what you hear. I don't believe any of it. I'm just take it as it comes. It is what it is, and we can't do anything about it. We have to live with it. But what we can do is we can mock and scorn China, the CCP, for doing this, because they're the ones that are responsible for it, and they lied to us, and they kept us from. They knew about it for quite a while before before the information ever leaked out, and it was that doctor who got killed who leaked it out. We wouldn't have known otherwise. We wouldn't even have known about it.
Nope. Wouldn't even have known. That was the plan.
They killed that doctor. That doctor said he couldn't live with himself in good conscience. He didn't care if they killed him or not. He didn't want to die, but he said, I have to leak this. I have to say this, that they have released a virus in China and people are dying right now. And it got out. It got out over the internet, and this guy was killed. And they claimed that he died of coronavirus, and that wasn't what he died from.
Right.
We know that the CCP killed him. They're freaking evil. They're evil bastards. They're not Christian. You know, they're godless heathens. Know thy enemy. Communism is our enemy. It's the enemy of humanity.
When they look at their own population like a resource,
humanity's enemy.
their people are their herd. Okay, they farm their people.
Well, I love Chinese people. I mean, you know, it's not anything having to do with that. It's the Chai Coms, the people that run the Chinese Communist Party, that were going to run over those people with tanks when they were protesting in Tiananmen Square.
Yep.
That's what they do to their own people. And they burned them alive. The ones they found with coronavirus, they welded their doors shut. These are godless heathens. They have no compunction. They have no sense of humanity whatsoever.
There's no value for human life.
No.
None
And it's
whatsoever.
all about money. Yeah. Yep. I mean, most Chinese people that I've met are very moral people. And they have morals. They don't even believe in abortion. I know a lot of Chinese people that do not believe in abortion or anything like that.
Right.
They're good people. They're nice looking people. You know, they're very nice looking people. Their ladies are attractive as far as I'm concerned. But that's not the thing. The thing is these people, the government, the CCP, the Chinese Communist Party, are evil, godless heathens. And they have no sense of humanity.
Yeah. Yeah, the government is hell. You know, the government is evil. You know, incarnate. So yeah,
But we've got godless heathens running our country too. Not Trump, but the government is just filled with them. I think James Comey's one of them. I think I really do. I think the guy is just as evil as they come. And supposedly he used to teach Sunday school and stuff. Really,
Yeah.
really. Look how he's got all this media coverage trying to make him look like he's the next thing to Jesus Christ. You know? And he is far from it.
Exactly. Exactly. Colonel Shaw in the house. How you doing, Colonel?
Well, there's one abortion clinic down. That's nice.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
5,000
they tweeted out. Planned Parenthood tweets out, "Abortion is essential." Hashtag. Patients who need abortions cannot wait. That's a lie because they're not medically necessary. And it also says, to the politicians trying to exploit crisis to ban essential care, we'll see you in court. Fucking believable. Not only will they kill this baby once the baby's dead, they can infect that patient can bring that home and affect everybody around them, or their staff and their families. They don't care. Texas just won the lawsuit because at first Planned Parenthood sued, and then not the Supreme Court, but I think it was the Fifth Circuit Court said no, close down. Then you have the ones that are refusing to obey closing down, like Puerto Rico and what other states I was reading today? Puerto Rico, Maine, all of those states still open to kill babies.
Yeah, but they didn't get their money in. That's good.
No, they didn't get that money, but they really don't need money, Wizard. Think about it. They're getting millions of dollars donated by Soros and Hollywood and people who make personal donations. So it's not like they needed that money. But Nancy Pelosi certainly did try.
Yes.
Yeah.
She was all pissed when she didn't get it.
Churches are closed, but killing babies is essential.
Right.
I don't get it.
Did you need to see that? I mean, I played it earlier that things don't add up. You need to watch that.
And who made the video?
War Room. It's on band.video. Things don't add up.
It's on the InfoWars site?
Band.video.
Band.video. Is it a website?
Yeah. Band.video. BANNED .video.
I gotta look it up.
I'll get you a link. Here, I'll get you a link right here. Right there. Ooh.
You put it in the private chat or the public chat?
There you go.
I can open the chat. Hold on.
I'm in. I put it in YouTube for you.
I can open the chat. Hold on.
Is Miriam in the chat? Yeah, she is.
That's
wow,
that's a link. Did you see the link?
Hold on. Yep, I got it. Yep.
Yeah, take 10 minutes and watch that video. Because I just showed it earlier.
I'll watch it later. Definitely.
Okay. But it addresses everything we're just talking about.
Now, what's this website for? I mean, is it for everybody to post videos, or is it just for...
Well, it's mostly for the InfoWars and people related to InfoWars that have been banned, like Mike Adams, like, David Knight, and Owen Schroyer, Alex Jones. There's a whole bunch of different people that actually post up there because of their, the articles and stuff like that. Hold on a second. Oh yeah, Paul Joseph Watson stuff is in there. Willie Weaver, Millie Weaver, I should say. Caitlin Bennett stuff is in there. Tommy Robinson stuff. Yeah. Mike Adams, I think I already seen him. But yeah. But yeah, some real good information there.
Won't let me sign up.
Oh really?
No,
Probably
keep saying an error occurred. An error occurred.
Imagine that. Yeah, just bookmark it is about all you're gonna do.
Maybe I already did sign up for it and don't remember.
Maybe. 'Cause I pull videos from there all the time. That's a good site for a lot of the important articles. So, Bill, did you build something today?
Yeah, I did.
Wow, Bill. You're muted.
He's not there?
Probably not. Probably AFK. Hey, battery. We're always here.
Let me see if it works. It sent me a link because I forgot my password, obviously. So how's Wizard doing?
Doing good. Doing good. Rabbits are getting settled in. Chickens are already acclimated to the coop. Yep, everything. Dogs are doing. Ranger's kicking ass and coming along well with his training. He's doing really well.
Yeah, I'm on there. Who knew?
You did.
Right? Thank you for that, because I would have forgotten all about it.
Right. Well, we're getting to the point where there's a lot of different resource venues for us now. It's getting more and more populated as well. And people are, the banning has seemed to be stopped.
Yeah.
So I put out the other day, there are several wealthy.
Hey, Battery. How are you?
Oh, I'm sorry, Battery. Hold on. Okay.
I got him on.
I'm here.
You got it? Good deal.
I was.
Hey, what's up, dude? I'm on several different screens. I'm not always on.
First name Bobby. Second name Bobby. That's who it is.
So, what's going on in your neck of the woods there, Battery?
Working every other day.
Yeah?
Didn't work yesterday. Day shift work yesterday.
So your job's still open.
Oh yeah. We're doing medical equipment. We're essential.
All right.
Do you hear
Just
that
every other
noise?
day.
Where's that?
My wife's not working.
Do I have something open?
He wants kicking.
So what's going on? Better.
I discovered I was watching Mark Dice, and he was talking about a YouTuber that's only 13 years old, and she's kicking butt. She's already had 2 strikes against her. She only got 5 videos.
Do you guys hear that, or is that me?
Is there somebody talking in the background or near you or something?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they're very loud. I almost can't hear you.
I was like, am I losing it, or am I?
Yeah, I was gonna say he was louder than you.
I get that a lot. I hear myself too loud.
My sister mailed me my sweatshirt back because I forgot it in her car.
Oh,
I was looking all over for it, and I'm like, I bet you I left it in my sister's car, and yeah, I did.
so this girl is 13 years old, huh?
Yeah, she's 13. She's a conservative. She's got a mission against the LGBT.
Wow.
The rest of the alphabet and the numbers.
You'll have to. Does she have a YouTube channel or something?
It's called. Hang on a sec. Dang it, I forgot the name. Something Panda.
Yeah, you got to let me know about that.
I'll check real quick.
Hola.
So did you build it?
Hola.
I was asking.
There it is.
People who don't like us, that's who dislikes these videos, or people who are ordered because someone else says, "Hey, whatchamacallit's alive? Go hit
Okay, I
that
got
thumbs
it.
down." That's who does it.
I got the name.
Tiene
Cringe
copia.
Panda.
What's its name?
Cringe Panda.
Cringe Panda.
She just turned 13 and got on YouTube.
I'm gonna have to look that up.
She's already got a YouTuber attacking her.
Oh wow, for being conservative views. Yeah.
I have too many subscribers. I can't subscribe to her.
Transgender snowflake. He's like, stop picking on me. I watched this video. I was like, that's definitely what it says.
1, 2, 3.
Yeah, I can hear you, Bill. Can't hear you now.
Okay.
I hear you now. I sure did.
Damn it.
What does it say for?
For just peanuts a day, I'll stand behind him all the way.
I can't even hardly hear him. Someone's speaking a different language.
People at his lunchroom that are speaking. They're just Republicans working like crazy to support the lazy.
Yeah.
Yep.
So it goes.
Oh yeah, the Democratic Party.
Nancy Pelosi, Elizabeth Warren, and looks like Maxine Waters.
Maxine Waters, yeah.
Michelle,
What?
I got one of these.
Let me see. Hold on.
Trump,
Oh yeah, cool.
the Trump $100 bill.
My bag's not like that.
I gotta
Another
order some of those.
country.
I'm running out of Trump bumper stickers. I gotta replace those too.
But yeah, no, I'm telling you. You seen the David Wilcock thing, right?
David
Pro-life.
Wilcock.
Yeah, he's talking about internet and phones going down for 3 days.
Oh really?
Yes.
And how
Now,
can he?
I just want to say this to you because just in case he's right, I don't want you to trip out. He says, "Don't worry about this. This is what they're doing to take down the globalists. They're going to
And
take
when
down
are
the globalists during this time. Where there's supposed to be like about 72 hours worth of blackout on video. Potentially, internet might be down, and the phones are going to be down."
and where did you get this information from?
David Wilcox.
And who's
It's
David
top
Wilcock?
article. Yeah, I got it listed on the top article of my my profile over on Sensor Wars. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. It's
Tired of Trump haters blaming Trump for separating illegal families? A law was passed in 1997 by Bill Clinton.
yeah. Right.
Certainly.
Your brother name is Trump.
Yeah.
Oh, a wise guy, eh?
Sure. I'm really rich. I own this.
What the crack I'm doing? It's Clayton's.
You work for me. Oh, that's beautiful. And that's the most beautiful silver eagle.
Mm-hmm.
The Walking Liberty.
No, it's the silver eagle. That's not a $50.
Oh, okay. There you go.
1 ounce silver Donald Trump American Eagle. 24
How much
karat
is it?
gold. 1
How
ounce.
much is it?
$199.95.
Holy shit.
16.
Try to sell it and won't get shit.
Wow. Like Melania.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, that's cool.
And is this definitely going to happen
Yeah,
though? You
That's
think,
Trump.
Wizard?
Say what?
Is that definitely going to happen?
I don't know. I'm just saying. I was just telling you so that if it does, you don't have to worry. You know why it's happening.
You know,
Okay.
the Trump train does not stop for snowflakes.
That's you. Good grief.
It was pretty funny.
Oh goodness.
It does make me worry though.
Well, that's why I was telling you because I just want you to know because I this thing flipping out.
There's mine.
When phones go down, you're going to think it's the end of the world.
What do you think my ex-wife is going to think?
You see where I'm coming from?
Yeah.
Well, I'm just telling you. So just in case, if it does happen, I'm not saying it's gonna, but if it does,
And he made a video of this?
yes.
And what was the name you said? Because I was following Cringe Panda.
Oh yeah. David Wilcock.
David Wilcox. I think I am subscribed to him.
He's on the Ancient Aliens stuff. He's all about Antarctica.
No, I don't think I am subscribed to him. How do you spell that last name?
The article is in the top article on my profile over.
Oh,
at
Censor Wars. Okay. Ah, okay, that is him then.
Yeah, he's in the. He's got some contacts. I mean, he's been in the underworld information
I'm not
source.
into aliens and people who believe in aliens, though. Is that what he is?
Well,
Because there
he
is no
does.
such
He
thing.
does do some stuff about aliens. Yeah.
Well, I'll watch that video, but I don't
Yeah.
believe in aliens.
Just I don't. I'm not saying I do either. I'm just saying I think we are the aliens on this planet.
And the video actually is posted, I see right here on your Censor Wars thing, so I can watch it just there too.
But he makes some pretty good points and he presents the information pretty well. So, just in case he ain't full of shit, it only takes one time for one of these soothsayers to, first time you don't listen to them, this is when it happens,
Yeah.
And I was just thinking, if it does happen, not saying it will, but if it does, I just wanted you to have some information that might bring you a little peace of mind, just in case.
Yeah. I don't know what the hell is going on YouTube. It's just, I've never seen such a deployment in just my live streams. Like I normally have 20 people on my live streams almost every time, and now I barely get 10 or 12 people in there. What's up with that?
Pro Minion, 1/4 Anunnaki. Yes, Buffalo Bill. They were wiped out.
My kids wouldn't be able to do their homework, so I guess they wouldn't mind. But then again, they go on the internet to do their other stuff, so they would flip out. I probably wouldn't know what to do because I do a lot of my work on the internet.
Well, it wasn't just the Anakim. There was also the Elohim, and there was one other race too. Oh man, but I think we're talking about archons, and those were different. Those were trans-dimensional. The archons, yep, were trans-dimensional. Anyway.
President Trump spoke this evening, I think. Let me see.
No, not all of them were. Not all of them were, bro.
He did speak tonight, didn't he? I missed that one.
That would be so much fun.
You what? What were you saying, Michelle?
Oh no, I saw President Trump on Fox News tonight. About after dinner time. Was he giving another conference interview?
Yeah, they do it every day.
Then I missed the last one.
Yeah.
Everyone watched the one from a day ago? The one where he was outside in the garden?
Yeah, I got that one. We watched that one yesterday. I broadcast it. I didn't do the one for today.
Can't find it. I'm trying to find it. Oh, here it is. No. Yeah. No.
Well, just go to the YouTube roadside, red side. Good grief.
Hold on. I can also just type in from today's date.
Right side. Go to YouTube, right side broadcasting. It'll have it there. They do everything Trump.
Right side broadcasting, you think? Because I saw it on Now This Is News, but I wouldn't want to share it from that channel. I'm kind of liberal. Jack's doing good, everybody. I got to see him again today in my chat.
Cool.
It's actually saying it's live. There's no way this is live.
Well, it says stream 4 hours ago.
Oh, yeah. Okay. I see it there. Well, if anybody wants to watch it in the chat, let us know.
Yeah, if you guys want to watch it, I'll play it right now.
Yeah, because every time I share stuff, I have to exit out of stuff, and I mess it all up. That would be good. At least play a little bit of it. You don't have to play all of it. I heard this is the one where he was the only people left in the press room are all negative. So I heard this one was a really good one. And that's what my husband said, but he told me I had to watch it for myself.
Okay. Okay, I'm putting it up now. Hold on.
He's been doing that for a long time, but I think people are really
Can you share the video?
Seeing what they have done. The Franklin Graham, very special family. As we send plane loads of masks and gloves and supplies to the communities battling the plague, and that's what it is. This is a plague. We also send our prayers. We pray for the doctors and the nurses, for the paramedics and the truck drivers and the police officers and the sanitation workers, and above all, the people fighting for their lives in New York and all across our land. I watched as doctors and nurses went into a certain hospital in Elmhurst this morning. I know Elmhurst, Queens. I grew up right next to it. I know the hospital very well. Been seeing it all my life, my young life. And I will tell you that to see the scenes of trailers out there and what they're doing with those trailers, they're freezers, and nobody can even believe it. And I spoke to some of my friends. They can't believe what they're seeing. And I watched the doctors and the nurses walking into that hospital this morning. It's like military people going into battle, going into war. The bravery is incredible. And I just have to take my hat. I would take my hat if I were wearing a hat, that hat off so fast, and I would say, you people are just incredible. They really are. They're very brave. They're going in, and they don't know. You have lots of things flying around in the air. You don't know what you're touching. Is it safe? And you also see where your friends are going to the hospital, and you say, how is he doing? 2 days later, and they say he's unconscious or he's in a coma. So things are happening that we've never seen before in this country. And with all of that being said, the country's come together like I've never seen it before. And we will prevail, we will win, and hopefully it will be in a relatively short period of time. With that, I'd like to ask Dr. Birx to come up and show you some of the latest, just the data that has been, I think, brilliantly put together. And right after that, I'm going to ask Dr. Fauci to speak. And Mike Pence is going to give you some of the recent events that have taken place and some of the statistics that we have that I think will be very interesting here. Thank you very much. Please, Dr.
Thank Thank you, Mr. President. If I can have the first slide, please. So always, and that's what this slide is labeled, is goals of community mitigation. Really highlighting that this begins in the middle and the end with community. It is community and the community of the American people that are going to have to do the things for the next 30 days to make a difference. I think you know from that large blue mountain that you can see behind me, and I just want to thank the 5 or 6 international and domestic modelers from Harvard, from Columbia, from Northeastern, from Imperial, who helped us tremendously. It was their models that created the ability to see what these mitigations could do, how steeply they could depress the curve from that giant blue mountain down to that more stippled area. In their estimates, they had between 1.5 million and 2.2 million people in the United States succumbing to this virus without mitigation. Yet through their detailed studies and showing us what social distancing would do, what would happen if people stayed home, what would happen if people were careful every day to wash their hands and worry about touching their faces, that what an extraordinary thing this could be if every American followed these. And it takes us to that stippled mountain that's much lower, hill actually, down to 100 to 200,000 deaths, which is still way too much. Next slide, please. Simultaneously, there was a modeler out of the University of Washington that modeled from this up, utilizing the experience around the globe to really understand how this information that we have from Italy and Spain and South Korea and China could really help us give insight into the hospital needs, the ventilator needs, and really the number of people who potentially could succumb to this illness. It is this model that we are looking at now that provides us the most detail on the time course that is possible. But the model assumes full mitigation. It's informed every morning or every night by the reality on the ground coming in from New York, New Jersey, and around the United States. And is modeled and informed every morning so that it is adjusted, so it is up to date every day. All of the predicted fatalities and mortality in the United States. And as the president said, it's very much focused on the next 2 weeks, the stark reality of what this virus will do as it moves through communities. Next slide, please. But this is a slide that gives us great hope and understanding about what is possible. On the bottom of the slide, you can barely see that blue line at the very bottom. That's the current cases in California, the cumulative cases in California, where they're doing significant testing. The next line up is Connecticut. The orange line is New Jersey. The blue line is New York. The yellow line is Washington. We all remember Washington State. It was just a month ago when they started to have the issues in Washington State, but they brought together their communities and their health providers, and they put in strong mitigation methods and testing. And you can see what the result in Washington State and California is. But without the continuation for the next 30 days, anything could change. Next slide, please. So I'm interested in seeing all the states. So on this slide is all 50 states and the District of Columbia. But I think it shows in stark reality the difference between New York and New Jersey and other states with similar populations in urban areas. Our goal over the next 30 days is to ensure the states that you see, the 48 across the bottom, maintain this lower level of new cases with the hope that we don't have significant outbreaks in other states, in other metro areas, as the community comes together, work together, and ensure that the healthcare providers around the globe and in the United States are strengthened by our resolve to continue to mitigate community by community. This is done community community by community. We all know people are in their states and in their communities. And we're very dependent on each person in the United States doing the same thing, following the presidential guidelines to a T. I know it's a lot to ask because you've done it for 15 days. So you can show the next slide, please. So this is what gives us a lot of hope. This is the case finding in Italy. And you can see that they're beginning to turn the corner in new cases. They're entering their 4th week of full mitigation and showing what is possible when we work together as a community, as a country, to change the course of this pandemic together. It is this graphic and the graphic of many of the states that gives us hope of what is possible with continuing for another 30 days. Amidst all that hope, I must say that like we warned about Detroit and Chicago, we start to see changes in Massachusetts. New Orleans continues to be a problem of new cases, although they're stabilizing. And I think it really shows the depth of dedication of the American people to the healthcare providers, because they can see the strain that this puts on every nurse, doctor, respiratory therapist, pharmacist, and laboratory technician. It's working together to stem this tide of unrelenting sick people coming to their doors. No one has been turned away. No one who has needed ventilation has not received ventilation. But you can see how stressful it is for each of them. So I know it's stressful to follow the guidelines, but it is more stressful and more difficult to the soldiers on the front line. As we started and with its communities that will do this, there's no magic bullet. There's no magic vaccine or therapy. It's just behaviors. Each of our behaviors translating into something that changes the course of this viral pandemic over the next 30 days. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Birx, Mr. President, Mr. Vice President. So what Dr. Birx has really said very simply is that there are really 2 dynamic forces that are opposing each other here. As I've mentioned several times in our briefings, the virus, if left to its own devices, will do that dark curve that Dr. Birx showed you. The other dynamic force is what we are doing, what we're trying to do, and what we will do in the form of mitigation. Now, these are very revealing data, because you saw what happened in Italy. When they turn around the curve and you go, that doesn't happen all at once. It's a stepwise fashion. And if I explain the steps, which I will, you'll see why we are really convinced that mitigation is going to be doing the trick for us. Because what you have is you have an increase in new cases at a certain rate. When the increase in new cases begin to level off, the secondary effect is less hospitalizations. The next effect is less intensive care. And the next effect is less deaths. The deaths and the intensive care and the hospitalization always lag behind that early indication that there are less new cases per day, the way we saw in Italy, and the way we're likely seeing, I don't want to jump the gun on it, we're seeing little inklings of this right now in New York. So what we're going to see, we got to brace ourselves. In the next several days to a week or so, we're going to continue to see things go up. We cannot be discouraged by that because the mitigation is actually working and will work. The slide that Dr. Birx showed, where you saw New York and New Jersey.
Wizard, I'm going to join with my phone and go make a quick sandwich or something.
Okay. All right.
But I'll leave this one open.
Okay, cool. Hotspot places, the New Yorks, the New Jersey, and help them to get around that curve. But as importantly, to prevent those clusters of areas that have not yet gone to that spike, to prevent them from getting that spike. And the answer to that is mitigation. Now, the 15 days that we had of mitigation clearly have had an effect, although it's tough to quantitate it because of those 2 opposing forces. But the reason why we feel so strongly about the necessity of the additional 30 days is that now is the time, whenever you're having an effect, not to take your foot off the accelerator and on the brake, but to just press it down on the accelerator. And that's what I hope and I know that we can do over the next 30 days. And as I said the other day and on one of the interviews, we are a very strong and resilient nation. If you look at our history, we've been through some terrible ordeals. This is tough. People are suffering. People are dying. It's inconvenient from a societal standpoint, from an economic standpoint to go through this. But this is going to be the answer to our problems. So let's all pull together and make sure, as we look forward to the next 30 days, we do it with all the intensity and force that we can. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President, and to Dr. Birx and Dr. Fauci. I know I speak on behalf of the President. People all across this country when I express our great admiration and appreciation to both of you for helping to steer our nation through this challenging time. The American people have now seen what the President saw when he made the decision at the end of 15 days to slow the spread, to ask the American people to give us 30 more days, to continue to put into practice the President's coronavirus guidelines for America. And as you just heard from the experts, we have reason to believe that it's working. As Dr. Fauci just said, there are difficult days ahead. Our hearts and our prayers go out to the families that have lost loved ones. And those, as the President just reflected, who we know are struggling at this hour in hospitals across the nation. But to each and every one of us, do not be discouraged. Because what you can do to protect your health, the health of your family, what you can do to ensure that our healthcare providers have the resources and our hospitals have the capacity to meet this moment is put into practice the President's coronavirus guidelines for America. It really is what every American can do. 30 days to slow the spread. 30 days to make a difference in the lives of the American people, American families, and the life of our nation. Allow me to give you a few brief updates before the President takes questions. First and foremost, we continue to work very closely with governors around the nation. The President and I spoke to all the governors, all the states and territories yesterday. And since we were last together, the President and I have spoken directly to several governors around the country, including Illinois, Louisiana, Michigan, New York, and other states. At the present moment, the President has declared 29 major disaster declarations and authorized 10 different states to use full federal funding, so-called Title 32 funding, to pay for their National Guard. And as of this afternoon, FEMA reports some 17,000 National Guard have been activated in states around the country to provide support for coronavirus response. On the subject of testing, we have now completed more than 1.1 million tests around the country. We're working very closely with governors around America to assist them in drive-through and community testing centers. I spoke with Governor Pritzker of Illinois today about a testing center that they've established in cooperation with the U.S. Public Health Service. We remind every governor and every laboratory and hospital in the country, it's imperative that you continue to report daily to the CDC the results of those tests to give us the visibility on the data to best inform resource decisions. Also, we reiterated today to governors in person and also through correspondence to every governor the importance of using their National Guard, if need be, to move medical supplies. FEMA is very busy, as you'll hear in a moment, delivering literally millions of supplies to states around the country. But we're urging every governor to make sure to work with their state emergency management team and maybe use the National Guard to move those supplies from warehouses to hospitals. At the present moment, as the President said, we've distributed more than 11.6 million N95 masks, more than 8,100 ventilators around the nation, millions of face shields, surgical masks, and gloves. We initiated an air bridge that the president announced yesterday. Flights have arrived in New York, one arrived in Illinois yesterday, and a flight will arrive in Ohio in the next 24 hours. FEMA is literally working and contracting around the world with now more than 51 flights that will be bringing vital medical supplies. On the subject of ventilators, FEMA is currently delivering 400 ventilators to Michigan, 300 to New Jersey, 150 to Louisiana, 50 ventilators to Connecticut, and in the last week and in the week ahead, more than 450 ventilators to Illinois. This is in addition to more than 400 ventilators that the president and FEMA directed to the state of New York. We just want people that are working on the front lines that the president just spoke about, Dr. Birx and Dr. Fauci spoke about. We want you to know help is on the way. And at the president's direction, we're going to leave no stone unturned anywhere in America or anywhere in the world to make sure that you have the resources and the equipment to do your job. So again, I want to just say thank you, America. Thank you for stepping up. Thank you for putting into practice the 15 days to slow the spread. And thank you for the response that tens of millions have already had for the 30 days to slow the spread. We encourage each one of you, as we have governors around the country, to spread the word about the guidelines. Listen to your state and local authorities in areas that are more greatly impacted. We continue to urge people in the areas of New York, New Jersey, and Connecticut to refrain from travel around the country, and people who've traveled from that area, check your temperature and self-quarantine for 14 days. You can see from that chart the unique challenges people in the greater New York City area are facing with the coronavirus. We want to do all that we can to protect your health, focus resources on the community, and prevent unnecessary spread. Lastly, as the president highlighted yesterday, businesses around America are stepping up as never before. Tomorrow, I'll travel with Secretary Sonny Perdue to Gordonsville, Virginia, to the Walmart Distribution Center, just so the American people can see firsthand how the food supply is continuing to roll on 18 wheels and through air freight all over America. And we thank again the grocery store operators around America and everybody that's working out on the highways and byways every day to keep that food supply rolling and rolling strong. And to the American people, though, we just want to assure you that we're going to continue to work our hearts out to make sure our healthcare providers have everything they need, that anyone struggling with coronavirus has the support and healthcare they need. I'm absolutely confident. Seeing the way our governors are responding, seeing this team the president has assembled in the White House Coronavirus Task Force, confident of the prayers of the Americans to get through this. But it will take all of us doing our part, and we'll get through it together.
Just to be clear, what is the projected death total should people be reasonably good at following these mitigation measures? Well, if they're reasonably good, I guess we could say that I'd like to have maybe Dr. Fauci or Deb come up and say, I have the numbers, but I'd rather have them say the numbers if you don't mind. It's a big question.
So, of course, this is a projection, and it's a projection based on using very much what's happened in Italy and then looking at all the models. And so, as you saw on that slide, that was our real number, that 100,000 to 200,000. And we think that that is the range. We really believe and hope every day that we can do a lot better than that, because that's not assuming 100% of every American does everything that they're supposed to be doing. But I think that's possible.
But it won't over the next 2 weeks. You said the next 2 weeks are going to be very painful. Is the bulk of this going to happen over the next?
You have an upslope. So as mortality, the fatalities to this disease will increase, and then it will come back down, and it will come back down slower than the rate at which it went up. And so that is really the issue, how much we can push the mortality down.
Yeah. So our hope is to get that down as far as we possibly can. The modeling that Dr. Birx showed predicts that number that you saw. We don't accept that number that's what's going to be. We're going to
be doing everything we can to get it even significantly below that. So, I don't want it to be a mixed message. This is the thing that we need to anticipate. But that doesn't mean that that's what we're going to accept. We want to do much, much better than that.
But Doctor, when we look at the curve, it goes much further in time. So we would have deaths and cases for much longer. I mean, we do expect more.
Slide number 2. So that's a generic. I'm sorry, if you can go back to the slides and put up slide 2. Sure. Okay. So what I showed you was a generic picture of what happens in an epidemic when you mitigate. So no mitigation, mitigate. This is based on the experience around the globe with this particular virus. And so it does have a tail, but the peak you can see by this projection, and this is the IHME data, the peak is over the next 2 weeks. And this is tracking mortality. So the number of fatalities from this virus. And so that's the part that we think we can still blunt through the superb medical care that every client is receiving, but also even more stringent people following the guidelines.
I can't see the small characters, but are we seeing deaths until June? I can't really. This is June. So we would still see problems and deaths in June.
It's a projection.
It's a projection, of course.
So, just getting back to what I said about stepwise thing, deaths always lag. So you will be seeing deaths at a time when, as an epidemic, we're doing really, really well because the deaths lag.
Dr. Fauci, should Americans be prepared for the likelihood that there will be 100,000 Americans who die from this virus?
The answer is yes. We need, as sobering a number as that is, we should be prepared for it. Is it going to be that much? I hope not. The more we push on the mitigation, the less likelihood it would be that number. But as being realistic, we need to prepare ourselves that is a possibility, that's what we will see.
A very short period of time for that to happen. Can the country handle that in such a short period of time, within a couple of months? 50,000 a month.
It will be difficult. I mean, no one is denying the fact that we are going through a very, very difficult time right now. I mean, we're seeing what's happening in New York. That is really, really tough. And if you extrapolate that to the nation, that will be really tough. But that's what it is, Jim. And we're going to have to be prepared for that.
Yeah, I think because the model that was from IHME, that's based and heavily laden by the data that has come in from New York and New Jersey and Connecticut. So, that can skew to a higher peak and more significant mortality. If all of the other states are able, and all the other metro areas are able to hold that case number down, then it's a very different picture. But you have to predict on the data you have, which is heavily skewed to New York and New Jersey.
Getting back to that, that's really an important slide Dr. Burke showed. The cluster of other cities that are not New York and not New Jersey. If we can suppress that from any kind of a spike, numbers could be significantly lower than what we're talking about.
Yes, some cities that are not following these guidelines.
And that's the reason my plea at the end of my remarks, Jim, that now is the time to put your foot on the accelerator, because that's the only thing that's going to stop those peaks.
Dr. Fauci.
Some of the cities are doing very well, as you say, very well at this early stage. But the number, the doctor said, 100,000. But we would hope that we could keep.
Can we have the next slide or the slide after that? Just go. Yeah, one more slide. Perfect. Yeah.
Would you tell cities that aren't doing what, New York, New Jersey, Washington, the cities that have been taking charge in all of this, would you urge some of the cities that haven't been doing this, Mr. President, to get with the program?
Well, I would, but if you see New York, I believe with Lewis, New York is having a much harder time than other of the cities. Certain cities are doing, actually, if you look down here, an incredible job. They were early, and they were very, very firm. They've done an incredible job. This is New Jersey, New York. This is
I mean, if you remember, California and Washington State were down here, and they had some of the earliest cases.
We're seeing Florida not doing what New York and New Jersey has been doing, what Washington State has been doing very well.
Mr.
Maybe a question to you and then to Dr. Fauci as well. You told us yesterday that you're accomplishing, the U.S. at least is accomplishing 100,000 tests per day.
Okay.
But we're still hearing difficult stories from the front lines of the first responders that you praised so appropriately a little while ago, that they can't test all of the people that they need to test. Do you have any kind of projection as to when everyone who needs a test will be able to receive one?
Yeah, I can only say that they're doing more than anybody in the world by far. We are testing highly accurate tests. These are tests that work. As you know, many tests are being sent to countries. Well, we're doing every day we get, and the word is exponential. We are getting more and more and more. And now we have the new test that you saw yesterday. It's going to be rolled out, I think, tomorrow or the next day. And that's going to take only a few minutes, literally a few minutes to see the result. And it's a highly accurate result. I mean, tests were given out not by us, by other countries where there was a 50-50 chance that it was wrong. What kind of a test is that? These are highly accurate tests, but the new tests that are coming out are very quick. And they were just developed. Abbott Labs did the one yesterday. So we're doing more than anybody in the world by far. And they're
the test president unveiled yesterday the Abbott Laboratories test, which is a 15-minute test. Our team is working very closely with Emirates and FEMA to make sure that those are distributed around the country. Earlier this week, Abbott Laboratories is actually going to be producing 50,000 tests a day and distributing around America. There's already the machines in some 18,000 different locations around the country. They've told us they have several thousand now, and what we're doing is trying to identify the areas where we may yet have pockets, or, as Dr. Burke often says, where we want to do more immediate testing so that we can do what's called surveillance testing to identify where there may be coronavirus cases where there's been very little incident. But if I could just amplify one other point, and that is that when you look at this chart, go back 15 days. And the reality is that, now this is me speaking as a layperson, but as I've listened to our experts, and New York, the greater New York City area has unique challenges. It's a city that we really believe may have had exposure to the coronavirus much earlier on than we could have known, and had its own challenges. In New York, Connecticut, New Jersey are leaning into this effort. But when we look at this chart for all the other states, including Washington State and California, it really does give evidence that, at least it begins to give evidence that the 15 days to slow the spread is working. And that, in fact, the American people are putting these things into practice in states across the country, including in New York and New Jersey, even though they've faced a greater magnitude of cases, but circumstances that are related to international travel in those communities. But I think the
national shelter in place.
I think the American people, what I'd suggest to you, Jim, is the American people can look at these numbers in the other 48 states, and they can see that in the last 15 days, the president's coronavirus guidelines were working. And that's precisely why President Trump is asking every American to continue to put these guidelines into practice for 30 more days.
Follow up on testing.
Dr. Fauci, if I could. So right now we're at about 4,000 deaths here in the United States. You're suggesting a spike of more than 90,000 deaths over the next few weeks. Do you have a demographic breakdown of the areas that are most at risk and where most of those deaths may occur?
Well, right now, and I think if you ask Chris Murray, he would say he's using the information coming out of New York and New Jersey and applying that to potentially other states having the same outcomes. I just want to say again, the yellow line, and this is all corrected for 100,000 residents. So this is normalized so we can compare apples to apples. This is still Washington State.
Look, are you still there?
globe. So they've been able to, for a long time of measuring cases, not have a spike. So it's possible, and we're watching very closely to make sure it doesn't have a spike. But that's what the people in Washington State are doing. This is what every community, Washington State early, about 2 weeks before New York or New Jersey. California, a week before New York or New Jersey, really talked to their communities and decided to mitigate before they started seeing this number of cases. And now we know that that makes a big difference. Early, as Dr. Fauci said, if you wait till you see it, it's too late.
And again, do you have a demographic breakdown, Dr. Burks, of where these deaths can occur?
So there's a demographic breakdown that we've discussed before related to mortality. And it's as we're seeing in New York exactly what we saw in Italy. Very low mortality. Not to say that young people under 30 or young people under 40 aren't getting ill. They are, but most of them are recovering. So the profile looks identical to Italy with increasing mortality with age and pre-existing medical conditions. And so that is holding in the same way. But what we're hoping is that through the work of communities, and again, it comes down to communities. This is not, this is communities deciding that this is important to them to not have the experience of New York and New Jersey. And I think, we are worried about groups all around the globe. I mean, I don't know if you heard the report this morning. There's 8,000 ventilators in the UK. If you translate that to United States, that would be like the United States having less than 40,000 ventilators. We have 5 times that amount.
Yours hurt you?
These are the things that everybody is having to face. And I think the United States is in an excellent position from our medical care position, but we don't want to have to test that system. We want this to be a much smaller epidemic with much smaller mortality.
Can I just follow up on the testing question real quick before we move on? So the testing numbers, 107 million tests done is a big increase, but we were told there would be 27 million tests available by the end of the month. So can you outline where in the supply chain, where in the logistics chain are those other 26? Where are the other 26 million tests right now?
I think this is just for purposes of clarifications, there's a difference between sending a test that can be administered to a test being done. But because a month ago or more, the president brought together the top commercial labs in America and said, we need you to partner with us to create a brand new system that will rapidly process tests. We're now at 1.1 million tests, and we believe it's a fair estimate that we're testing about 100,000 Americans a day. That'll continue to grow. It'll continue to accelerate. But I think the misunderstanding early on was there were many tests being distributed, many test kits being sent. But under the old system, as the president has described it, the antiquated system, those were being processed in state labs or at CDC or in private labs on a very slow, methodical system that could only produce 30 to 50 tests a day. But this new partnership that we have with commercial laboratories allows the progress we're making. But the breakthrough with Abbott Laboratories now moves to point of care, which means you're going to have devices and tests that people will literally be able to take at their doctor's office, at a hospital, at a clinic, at a nursing home, and have the results in 15 minutes.
So those 26 million tests we were talking about, were those tests under the old antiquated system? And now, so are we still even using those 27 million tests, or have we just completely moved on to the point?
The answer is yes.
So even today, which is, I have to say, coming out of laboratories and developed tests and worked on vaccines and then gone to the field to actually combat epidemics. It is disappointing to me right now that we have about 500,000 capacity of Abbott tests that are not being utilized. They are out, they're in the states, they're not being run and not utilized. So now we have to figure out how do we create awareness, because sometimes when you put an early platform out, like our first platform out when the high speed was Roche. so you get that out, people get dependent on that, and they don't see that there's availability of other tests. So right now, there's over 500,000 tests sitting, capacity, that are not being utilized. So we're trying to figure out, how do we inform states about where these all are? How do we work through every laboratory association so they're aware? And how do we raise awareness so people know that there's point of care, there's Thermo Fisher, there's Abbott testing, and there's Roche. And if you add those together, that's millions of tests a week.
Not being reported.
And they're not, and so those are the
But they're not being reported.
or they're not even being used. So that's what's really, so that's what we're working on.
What's the reason for being used?
Because when people get used to a single platform, they keep sending it back to that lab. So it's getting in a queue to wait to get on a Roche machine rather than being moved to this other lab that may have Abbott capacity, because they're all in different laboratories. And so I think, well, actually, Admiral Giroir is figuring it out to really create some kind of visual so that every governor and every health commissioner can see all of their capacity in their countries, I mean, in their states, county by county, so that they know where the tests are. We pushed a lot of tests out,
she said
but they're
countries.
not all being utilized. And so,
I mean, they use them, they don't send them back. Doctor, go ahead.
No, I mean, Dr. Burks explained it very, very well. I just want to get back, John, to your question. It's a logical question. When you look at the number, you want to know what the demography is going to be. This is a number that we need to anticipate, but we don't necessarily have to accept it as being inevitable. And it's getting back to what I'm saying about we can influence this to a varying degrees. And if we influence it to the maximum, we don't have to accept that. That's something we need to anticipate.
Sounds like he's got a sore throat.
All of us want to do much, much better than that.
Well, I mean, on that front, what one of the models suggests is on the low end if you have full mitigation.
Well, it says
that was full mitigation.
That was full mitigation.
Well, Mr. President,
It says 100 to 200,000, anything with a lot of people, right? It's a lot of people. Well, you didn't ask the other question. What would have happened? Because this is the question that I've been asking Dr. Fauci and Dr. Birx for a long time, and they've been working on this for a long time. The question is, what would have happened if we did nothing? Because there was a group that said, let's just write it out. Let's write it out. What would have happened? And that number comes in at 1.5 to 1.6 million people, up to 2.2 and even beyond. So that's 2.2 million people would have died if we did nothing. We just carried on our life. Now, I don't think that would have been possible because you would have had people dying all over the place. This would not have been a normal life. How many people have even seen anybody die? You would have seen people dying on airplanes. You would have been seeing people dying in hotel lobbies. You would have seen death all over. So I think from a practical standpoint, that couldn't have been carried out too far. But if you did nothing on the higher side, the number would be 2.2 and maybe even more, and on the lower side, 1.6 million people.
Understood, but if 100,000 is the number with full mitigation, how do you push it? How do you push it lower?
So yeah, we'll go together. We've been at this a long time. You go first.
So, John, it's an obvious, very good question. If this is full mitigation and it's 100,000, why am I standing here saying I want to make it better? Because that's what the model tells you it's going to do. What we do is that every time we get more data, you feed it back in and relook at the model. Is the model really telling you what's actually going on? And again, I know my modeling colleagues are going to not be happy with me, but models are as good as the assumptions you put into them. And as we get more data, then you put it in, and that might change. So even though it says, according to the model, which is a good model that we're dealing with, this is full mitigation. As we get more data, as the weeks go by, that could be modified.
Why does the model now, the top line on the lowball estimate, why does that not top out? I think it's at 240,000, not 200,000. Is that a change? Is that because the states haven't been doing enough?
You know, it just has to do with if you had more New Yorks and New Jerseys, you know, Chicago, Detroit, LA, Dallas, Houston, you know, all of our major cities modeled like New York, That's what gets us into trouble. But I am reassured by looking at the Seattle line, by looking at the LA line, by looking at what California's been able to do, that that is not something that I don't believe that's going to happen. That is the outside case of having 10, 15 metros like New York and the New Jersey metro area.
New York had community spread pretty early undetected, so don't many of those other states, if not more of them, who had even less information, aren't they likely to see the same spike?
Well, California and Washington State reacted very early to this. I mean, yes, Washington State had some of the earliest infections. They have kept it low and steady, and for now a month has been tracking it with a small increase in the number of cases, but not this logarithmic form of the virus. And so that's the piece that we're trying to prevent. That's the piece that we're trying to prevent in New Orleans, in Detroit, in Chicago, and in Boston right now. And trying to make sure that each of those cities work more like California than the New York metro area.
Mr. President, I just wanted to get your thoughts on face masks. We asked you about this yesterday and you signaled you were thinking about it.
And the last topic, though, I think I can say this because I spoke to Dr. Birx before and to Dr. Fauci. For whatever reason, New York got off to a very late start. And you see what happens when you get off to a late start. New Jersey got off to, and I think both governors are doing an excellent job, but they got off to a very late start. When you look at Washington State, if you remember, that all started in a very confined nursing home. And you had 20 some odd people, I believe, dying in one home. That doesn't mean it escaped that home. And so they have a very different statistic than other states. But I mean, I remember it very vividly, the nursing home in Washington State, where you had many people dying. Every day people were dying in one exact location. So they were able to keep that, relatively speaking, into that location.
Were you surprised when you saw the projections? The numbers are sobering.
They're very sobering. Yeah, when you see 100,000 people, that's at a minimum number. Now, what we're looking at, and as many people as we're talking about, whatever we can do under that number and substantially under that number, we've done that through really great mitigation. We've done that through a lot of very dedicated American people. That 100,000 is according to modeling a very low number. In fact, when I first saw the number, and I asked this a while ago, they said it's unlikely you'll be able to attain that. I think we're doing better than that. Now, I think we have to see, but I think we're doing better than that because, as John said, that would be a lot of lives taking place over a relatively short period of time. But think of what would have happened if we didn't do anything. I mean, I've had many friends, business people with great actually common sense. They said, why don't we write it out? A lot of people have said, a lot of people have thought about it. Write it out. Don't do anything. Just write it out and think of it as the flu. But it's not the flu. It's vicious. When you send a friend to the hospital and you call him to find out how is he doing, it happened to me, where he goes to the hospital, he says goodbye, he's sort of a tough guy, a little older, a little heavier than he'd like to be, frankly. And you call up the next day, how's he doing? And he's in a coma? This is not the flu. So we would have seen things had we done nothing. But for a long while, a lot of people were asking that question, I think, right? I was asking it also. I mean, a lot of people were saying, well, let's just write it out. This is not to be written out, because then you would have been looking at potentially 2.2 million people or more. 2.2 million people in a relatively short period of time. If you remember, they were looking at that concept. It's a concept, I guess, it's a concept. If you don't mind death, a lot of death. But they were looking at that in the UK, remember? They were very much looking at it. And all of a sudden they went hard the other way because they started seeing things that weren't good. So they were, they put themselves in a little bit of a problem. Now, Boris tested positive, and I hope he's going to be fine. But in the UK, they were looking at that. And They have a name for it, but we won't even go by the name. But it would have been very catastrophic, I think, if that would have happened. But that was something that everybody was talking about, Steve. Like, just don't do anything. Don't do anything. Forget about everything. Just write it out. They use the expression, write it out. We would have had, at a minimum, 1.5, 1.6, but you would have had perhaps more than 2.2 million people dying in a very short period of time. And that would have been a number that the likes of which we've never seen. So now when we look at our package that we just approved for $2 trillion, all of a sudden it seems very reasonable, right? When you're talking about 2 million lives, all of a sudden it seems very reasonable. I must say, a lot of people that have been seeing the more advanced numbers, because these are much more advanced numbers now. You know, when you first started, we didn't know, and this was a different kind of a virus, and nobody knew that much about it. Even the experts, you don't really know where it's going. But then they see what goes on in Italy, they see what goes on in Spain, and you see France is having a very hard time. And other countries have a very, very hard time. But once they see what's going on, they start making projections. So I hope they're going to be very high projections. But based on everything else, that would be the number. Let's see if we can do much better than that. I hope we can. Yeah, John?
What about that? President, you didn't answer a question about masks.
What's your recommendation?
Okay.
Well, I understand there's an issue with supply. If there wasn't enough work,
you can use a scarf. A scarf is, everybody, a lot of people have scarves, and you can use a scarf. Scarf would be very good. And my feeling is that people want to do it. There's certainly no harm to it. I would say do it, but use a scarf if you want, you know, rather than going out and getting a mask or whatever. We're making millions and millions of masks, but we want them to go to the hospitals. I mean, one of the things that Dr. Fauci told me today is we don't want them competing. We don't want everybody competing with the hospitals where you really need them. So you can use scarves. You can use something else over your face. It doesn't have to be a mask. But it's not a bad idea, at least for a period of time. I mean, eventually you're not going to want to do that. You're not going to have to do that. This is going to be gone. It'll be gone. Hopefully gone for a long time.
Mr. President, the mitigation steps that are on your 30-day plan, is that enough or is more needed? Have you been discussing?
Well, we're going to find out. We hope it's enough. We hope it's enough. We hope we're at a level where we can say, let's go, because our country wants to get back to work. We really want to get back. Everybody wants to get back to work. Now, I could ask the doctors to answer that question, but we discuss that all the time. What do you think?
They've been recommending harsher.
Well, I think we've been very harsh. I mean, you look at the streets. I looked at Fifth Avenue today on camera, and I didn't see anybody walking on the street. And I'm used to watching that street. You can't even see. You can't see the asphalt. You can't see the concrete. And look, there's nobody. There was one car. It looked like it might have been a taxi cab, and it was in a time of the morning. Then normally there'd be a lot of people. I mean, you know, I think the mitigation has been very strong. Please,
Mr. President, will you confirm your plans to defer tariff payments for 90 days? And secondly, on interest,
I didn't do anything about tariff payments. I don't know who's talking about tariff payments. They keep talking about tariff payments, and we haven't done that. China's paying us. We made a deal with China. Under the deal, they're paying us 25% on $250 billion, and they pay it. And I spoke with President Xi the other day, and he didn't mention that. We didn't mention that. We had a great conversation, by the way, a really productive conversation having to do with many things. Most of it was on the verse, but you know, we're not talking. Who are you with? Who are you with?
If I could just clarify, Wall Street Journal. It's reporting, Wall Street Journal, Bloomberg, that there's a plan in motion.
Yeah, I see correct reporting. Well, they might be, but I'm going to have to approve the plan. So one thing I will tell you, I approve everything, and they haven't presented it to me. So therefore, it's false reporting. So therefore, don't do the story. If we're going to do something, I'd be glad to let you know. There's nothing wrong with doing it, but we'll let you know. Yeah, please. A couple of facts, then we'll get back to you. Go ahead.
Thanks, sir. I'm going to throw up our politics.
I wanted to ask you about individual states issuing stay-at-home orders. What do you think, for instance, in Florida, Ron DeSantis has resisted urges to issue one of those, but he said moments ago that if you and the rest of the task force recommended one, that would weigh on him heavily. What sort of circumstances need to be in place for you to make that call and say this is something you should consider?
Different kind of a state. Also, great governor, knows exactly what he's doing, has a very strong view on it. And we have spoken to Ron. Mike, do you want to just tell him a little bit about that?
Well, let me echo our appreciation for Governor DeSantis' leadership in Florida. He's been taking decisive steps from early on and working closely with our team at the federal level. But let me be very clear on this. The recommendation of our health experts was to take the 15 days to slow the spread and have the president extend that to 30 days for every American. Now, that being said, we recognize that when you're dealing with a health crisis in the country, it is locally executed by healthcare workers, but it's state managed. And so we continue to flow information to state governors. We continue to hear about the data that they're analyzing and consult with them. But at the president's direction, the White House Coronavirus Task Force will continue to take the posture that we will defer to state and local health authorities on any measures that deem appropriate. But for the next, every American in every state should be doing at a minimum to slow the spread.
So unless we see something obviously wrong, we're going to let the governors do it. Now, if it's obviously wrong, I mean, people can make things, they can make a decision that we think is so far out that it's wrong, we will stop that. But in the case of Governor DeSantis, there's two thoughts to it, and two very good thoughts to it. And he's been doing a great job in every respect, so we'll see what happens. But we only exercised if we thought somebody was very obvious. So go ahead, your turn.
Thanks. I had a question in a minute for the Vice President about the National Strategic Stockpile, but while you're at the podium, I wanted to ask about your call with President Putin a couple days ago. I know a big economic concern for a lot of people has been the state of oil prices right now. So I'm wondering if you raised that with President Putin, if you were able to.
We had a call that was probably about that, the oil prices, because as you know, Russia and Saudi Arabia are going at it, and they're really going at it, and by going at it to the extent that they are, the oil has dropped to a point where, look, it's the greatest tax cut we've ever given, if you look at it that way, because people are going to be paying 99 cents per gallon of gasoline. It's incredible in a lot of ways, going to help the airlines, but at the same time, it's hurtful to one of our biggest industries, that's the oil industry. It's really, it's not even feasible what's going on. So I spoke to President Putin about that. I also spoke to the Crown Prince about that, Saudi Arabia. And now I think, they're going to get together, and we're all going to get together, and we're going to see what we can do, because you don't want to lose an industry. You're going to lose an industry over it. Thousands and thousands of jobs. We have, I don't know if you know, there's oil all over the oceans right now. The boats are all filled. The ships they're renting ships that were dying, that weren't doing well. And now, that's where they're storing oil. And they're sent out to sea, and they sit there for long periods of time. So much oil. In some cases, it's probably less valuable than water. In some parts of the world, water is much more valuable. So we've never seen anything like it. But the two countries are discussing it, and I am joining at the appropriate time if need be. We had a great talk with President Putin. We had a great talk with the Crown Prince. We also discussed, more so with President Putin in this case, the virus, because Russia's being hit pretty hard. And we discussed many things, trade. We discussed a lot of things with both. But in the case of both, we very much discussed the oil and the oil prices. When you look, it's $22, but it's really much cheaper than that if you want to negotiate. Nobody's seen that. That's like from the 1950s. It really is. To think that it was 50, 60, 70, 80, and now it's 22. But, if you put a good bid in at 9, I think you could probably get what you want, right?
John, please.
Mr. President, you tweeted earlier today that now would be a good time to start looking forward if there is a light at the end of the tunnel and work on an infrastructure bill. Again, you suggested it should be $2 trillion, which is twice what the last one was, or the proposal at least. Are you anticipating that, like after the economic crisis of 2008, 2009, America will need to have so-called shovel-ready jobs ready to go to get people back to work?
Well, the problem with that one is they had maybe shovel-ready jobs, maybe not, but they never used it for the purpose of infrastructure. So far, nobody's been able to find any money that was spent on infrastructure. I want to use it for infrastructure. And one of the reasons I'm suggesting it, John, is we're paying zero interest. The United States is paying almost zero interest rate. The Federal Reserve lowered the rate, the Fed rate. And that, and a combination of the fact that everybody wants to be in the United States. You know, we have a dollar that's very strong, and I know that sounds good, but it does make it hard to manufacture and sell outside because other currencies are falling and our currency is very strong. It's very, very strong. Proportionately, it's through the roof. So we have a strong dollar. People want to invest in the United States, especially nowadays where they're looking at safety. They have all of the problems, plus the virus in 151 countries. They all want to come into the United States. And so we have a zero interest rate, essentially. And I said, wouldn't this be a great time to borrow money at zero interest rate and really build our infrastructure like we can do it? So the plan was, the Republicans had a plan of about 750. I would say they were at 7.5. Well, you had the Democrats were a little less than $1 trillion. The Republicans were a little bit less than that. And I'm suggesting $2 trillion. We redo our roads, our highways, our bridges. We fix up our tunnels, which are many of them in bad shape, like coming into New York, as you know, a lot of really bad shape. And we really do a job on our infrastructure. And that doesn't mean we're going to do the Green New Deal, because I won't do it. I won't approve it. We're not going to do the Green New Deal and spend 40% of the money on things that people just have fun with.
How would you pay for it, sir?
We're going to borrow the money at 0% interest. So our interest payments would be almost zero, and we can borrow long term. People want to be in the United States. They want to be invested in the United States. Go ahead, Jim.
I want to get back to the virus. You were saying at the beginning of the press conference that you're looking at holding back 10,000 ventilators. Is that because you need to pick and choose where these ventilators are going to have to go because of the nature of the pandemic and how it's spreading? And also, I just wanted to ask Dr. Fauci and Dr. Birx, if it's possible, after you finish, is that part of the reason why you're projecting 100,000 to 200,000 deaths? That there are going to be some people who aren't going to be able to get ventilators?
Actually, just the opposite, because we're holding back. We have almost 10,000, and we're holding because we're going to need them over the next couple of weeks as the surge goes on. You see the chart. We haven't hit the top yet, and we have to be able to move them immediately. And we can't take them because it's going to be very hard to do that. We can't take them to places that aren't needing them. Plus, we have requests for ventilators in hospitals and in states and cities that don't need them, in our opinion. They don't need them. They won't need them at the top. So we're holding it back for flexibility. We actually just took 600 and we sent them to different locations today. But we have close to 10,000, and we'll be able to get them, and we're all set to march. We have the National Guards and we have FEMA, and we're all set to move them to the places. So as per your second question, what we're going to do is save lives because of it, because otherwise we would not be able to get to the ventilators. And we don't know what the hottest spot is.
Ventilator shortage right now?
In some areas we might, but we've done a great job with ventilators, and we're having them made. Unbelievable. We have now 11 companies making ventilators. Now they'll be starting to arrive in the next week, but we've also grabbed a lot of them. Some hospitals had more than they were saying, or at least more than we knew about, which is a good thing, not a bad thing. But we want to be able to have, I guess the word would be flexibility, so that if the surge turns out to be much stronger in Louisiana, which it could, that we can immediately bring 1,000 or 2,000 to Louisiana. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to get them. We wouldn't be able to say, listen, Governor Cuomo in New York, we want to take ventilators away from New York. And they'll say, well, we can't do that. It would be a disaster. So we have great flexibility. Now, when the surge occurs, if it occurs fairly evenly, we'll be able to distribute them very quickly before they need them. But we have a reserve right now. It's like having oil reserves.
except more valuable, frankly. But we have a reserve right now, and we'll be able, and we also have a great team of people ready to deliver. They can move fast. So when we see it going up in a certain state, and Louisiana could be one, and Michigan could be another with Detroit, because Detroit is having a lot of hard time right now. Detroit came out of nowhere, and that's what happens with this. It comes out of nowhere. So we are ready, Jim, depending on what happens, and we have a stockpile, and that's why it's called a stockpile. Now, a lot of the ventilators and a lot of the other equipment, rather than sending it to the stockpile, we had it sent directly to a hospital, to a location, to a place. So we didn't have the cumbersome nature of having it come in, unboxed, put it, and then deliver it. We have it brought, which they've never done before. They don't do that. Generally speaking, they don't do that. But we've had, I think, Mike, we've had tremendous success at doing that. That's for other items, including ventilators, where it's brought to the that needs it. But we have a good supply of ventilators and ready to go. We're all ready. We have trucks ready. We have everything ready because, as we're saying, John, this could be a hell of a bad 2 weeks. This is going to be a very bad 2 and maybe even 3 weeks. This is going to be 3 weeks like we haven't seen before.
Should the hospital be prepared for that?
Well, I think the hospitals,
they're facing what looks like a medical war zone.
they are going to be facing a war zone. That's what it is. I've heard some of the
Pick it up your ass.
paramedics, the doctors. They said they've been in war zones. They've never seen anything like this. You look at Elmer's Hospital in Queens. I've never seen. Right. I mean, I just think it's because that's a hospital that's near where I grew up, and it is a war zone in a true sense. Yeah, please.
Yeah, on the ventilators. So we've been hearing from governors who say they are fighting amongst themselves, essentially bidding amongst themselves.
If that happens, they should be calling us. Look, we have ventilators, but we've distributed thousands of ventilators. But they shouldn't be doing that.
Hear what he just said?
They need them that badly. We know. We have pretty good ideas of where they're going to need them. Some people, frankly, think they need them and they don't need them. I don't want to mention names, but there are some people that want them, and it's really not the right thing. Then you have some people that, I guess, automatically hoard a little bit. They want to have more than they think they need. But, a ventilator is a very precious piece of equipment right now. It's hard to make. It takes a long time to make it. It's complex. Some of them are like the dashboard of an airplane. I mean, they're very complicated and very expensive machines, and some are much simpler. But we're ready to go depending on what happens. But we have some hospitals in some states that think they need ventilators, and we don't think they do. Now, if they do need them, we will have them there before they need them. We'll be able to move very quickly.
So you're confident
What about the hydroxychloroquine? Is there any early data on these trials?
Nothing that I've heard. I mean, that's the first question I make every morning. I tell you, I call up, we have 1,100 in New York right now, and we have other locations where where people are taking them. Now, the good news is it's only 3 days, and it's like a 7 or 8 day treatment. The good news is we haven't heard anything bad. In other words, there's been no catastrophic events. But we haven't, it's a little bit too soon to talk about it. It would be a total game changer, John, if that happened. If that happened, it would be a game changer. And we include that, and I think in all cases, the Z-Pack, you know what the Z-Pack is. So we're going to see what happens with the hydroxychloroquine. Just one second.
Are there other antiviral drugs that have some promise that have worked?
We're looking at a lot of them. Some show promise. I think maybe the doctor might want to speak about the vaccines because a lot of Johnson & Johnson is advanced. We'll see what happens. The one thing with the vaccine is it doesn't help this group because this group, you need to test the vaccine. And the one thing with the drug you just mentioned, right, is that's been out. It's a malaria drug and also an arthritis drug, so it's been out there for a long time. Very powerful drug, but it's been out there for a long time. So it's tested in the sense that it doesn't kill you. I want to discuss the vaccines for a second, Doctor.
Just for a second before the vaccine, there are a number of candidates. The drugs that are now being looked at in various ways, either
What's up, brother?
clinical trials, but generally
Welcome back.
drugs that already exist for other things. There's a whole menu of drugs and interventions that are now going into clinical trials that are not approved for anything yet. I mean, for example, things like immune serum, convalescent plasma, or hyperimmune globulin, or monoclonal antibodies, a variety of other things. Right now, there's a lot of activity going on behind the scenes in the design of the kinds of clinical trials that will give us an answer. Because you need an answer, because if it doesn't work, you want to get it off the table and go to the next one. So there are a lot of things. Vaccine. What does that normally take? Weeks, months? Yeah, no, it takes at least months. At least. So, I mean, that's the reason why you're seeing a lot of activity with drugs that already exist for other purposes, because they're already there. But the drugs that you want to show in a good randomized clinical trial, at very best, are going to take months. Just one word in the vaccine. You know, exactly like we said, we hope that as we get into the summer, if in fact there are cases out there, when you're in a phase 2 or phase 3 trial, or 2B, as we call it, that we might get an early efficacy signal. And an efficacy means that even though you haven't definitively proven that a vaccine works, you get enough information that if it were an emergency, you might be able to have an emergency use authorization for it. That sounds good. And I have to say this, hydroxychloroquine and azithromycin, which is, you know, you take it with it, maybe, if you want, for the infection. I think some medical workers are doing that, using it maybe, or getting it prescribed perhaps as for another use. But the word is that some are and some aren't. I mean, I think it's not a bad idea to do it, but that's up to the doctors. But there is a theory going around that in our country and some other countries, people are taking that work in the hospitals, that work with the patients, because there is some evidence. And again, it's going to have to be proven. It's very early. You know, we're rushing this stuff through. This was supposed to take a long time to be approved, and I prevailed upon the FDA to get it approved immediately on the basis that it was already on the market for a lot of years for another use, malaria mostly, and arthritis, but mostly malaria. So, we'll see what happens, but there is a theory out there that for the medical worker, the doctor, it may work. It may work, and if you take it, it's you know, it's been out there for a long time. Please go ahead.
I just wanted to go back to Jim's question about the national stockpile. The governor of Connecticut today, the national strategic stockpile. The governor of Connecticut today said that he was disturbed to learn that the stockpile is now empty. That's his words, and he said,
"Well, it's not empty. Let me explain something. What we do, and I thought I said it accurately, I certainly meant to,
Battery.
rather than having it brought into the stockpile, where appropriate, other than certain things, like we have quite a few of the ventilators, which is not a lot when you look at the whole country. Actually, it sounds like a lot.
Let me say it again so that you'll understand
But we're trying
it.
to have supply sent directly to the states, because we save a big state.
No
we save
shit.
a big, we don't want medical supplies coming in to warehouses all over the place, and then we take them from there and bring them to another warehouse. So we're having it brought from the ideally from the manufacturer directly to the hospital or the state where it's going. So we're trying to keep it that way as much as possible. Now, in some cases, we are having it brought. Remember this, we also took over a virtually empty, and I say it again, just like we had no ammunition in the military, and we had virtually no ammunition, well, we had very little in medical supplies too in our stockpile. So for the most part, we're trying very hard to have it delivered to the site where they need it. Yeah, please, go ahead.
President, here in the United States, domestically, we can practice social distancing, but some of our sailors, specifically on the USS Theodore Roosevelt, they're not able to. They're in confined spaces. What are your thoughts on that? Should
Talk
they be
about
off
being a fairy.
And then
This guy's definitely a fairy.
The military makes.
are you concerned
He's a little,
about military
you know what I mean?
during this pandemic? For instance, what would happen if
100%.
you increase patrols in the South China Sea? What would your
We're going to see all about that. Don't worry about our military. You know, you saw the military put up a hospital in 3.5 days with 2,900 beds, with a lot of beds.
Yeah, it's a lot of beds.
And by the way, that wasn't the only one. It wasn't just at Javits Center. It was at other
I don't
locations.
even think, I don't know why it's one of those joke, you know?
It's a lot
And now
of
it's
beds.
other places. One thing that I think is indisputable is when I watch the Corps of Engineers, FEMA,
working with them. But when I watch the Army Corps of Engineers throw up these hospitals, and they're complex, I mean, these are incredible buildings, essentially, and tents and various things, but they did it in such a short period of time. And our military is ready like you haven't seen. And you know who the best guests on the different shows are? We watch the shows at night. And I think the best guests that I've seen in a long time are the military people. And they've never done it before. I've watched General Semonite, who I deal with a lot. They say, you got to give us 2 new hospitals in Louisiana. Yes, sir. And the next morning, they're building them at 6 o'clock in the morning, and they're up in 3 days. I think they're the best. They're the best guests you have. I guess I'm tired of the other guests at all fairness.
What kind of message do you have?
Okay, Jim, go ahead.
Yes, sir. This may be an uncomfortable question, but what would the models have looked like that Dr. Burks and Dr. Fauci showed us if we had started these social distancing guidelines sooner in February or January when China
Trump for Trump. Jump for Trump, Acosta. I'll pay you to jump.
in terms of what information we're getting from them, but if we had started these practices sooner, could these models be different right
I'm
now?
going to let him answer the question, but remember this, and again, I say it.
Look at that look he's giving
Anybody is Dr. Fauci. I had a decision to make. Maybe it was my biggest decision. China was heavily infected.
Notice how he's behaving.
And thousands of people were coming
don't
from
wanna get
China
kicked
to
out
the
again.
United States. And against the wishes, not even wishes, but they disagreed with the decision, I made a decision to stop China from coming in. It took a lot of heat, even from China. They weren't exactly happy. I just made a trade deal.
He's a
big one, $250 billion trade deal, and I'm shortly thereafter saying you can't come into our country. That was a big decision. That was earlier than the dates you're talking about. So that was a big decision. That was probably, and by the way, not because I did it, that was probably the biggest decision we made so far. But if you look at the one graph, the problem New York has is New York started late, but the other ones didn't start so late. New York is also more complicated because, for obvious reasons, but it got a late start. But you want to maybe answer those questions?
I don't know if you can go back to slide 2, because I wanted to explain 2 things that I think is really important, because we had a lot of questions about mortality and what it meant. Okay, so you see this confidence interval? So here's the line. This is the confidence interval. This is where we have the ability to push it down. So you have a large confidence interval around the line. And so we're trying to move that gray down tighter and below the dotted line. So I think that's really important. And then if you can go to the next slide. So we really can't answer your question until we can get antibody testing out there. Because what we can't tell you is and we can always do this, there's always samples in hospitals and other things. It's the way we really defined the HIV epidemic in the United States. We were able to go back to blood samples when we had the test and really find out where it was and what was going on. We really need to look in here and really see, was there virus significantly circulating in early March and in late February, and what did it look like, and where was it, and was it all in the metro areas? And I think that's what Dr. Fauci and I are very, very focused on, is getting serology testing out there to really figure out when it came. And really have those samples to be able to do that.
Because you understand the painful part of my question. And please, I don't mean to put you on the spot.
No, we understand it. We can't answer it till,
Saying if we had started this sooner, we might not have 100,000 to 200,000 Americans dying.
Well, that makes an assumption that it was here. There's a lot back here that we didn't see. And until we have the antibody test, I can't really answer that.
Just to underscore what Dr. Birx was saying, if there was no virus in the background, there was nothing to mitigate. If there was virus there that we didn't know about, then the answer to your question is probably yes. Now, the only trouble with that is that whenever you come out and say something like that, it always becomes almost a soundbite that gets taken out of context. But I think it's very important what Dr. Birx has said, is that if there was covert infections here that we didn't know about and we didn't mitigate them, then they would have made a difference. If there was virtually nothing there, then there's nothing to mitigate. And I don't know the answer to your question.
But we were watching South Korea, and China and Italy, and we weren't taking action. Those countries were spiking.
In a perfect world, it would have been nice to know what was going on there. We didn't, but I believe, Jim, that we acted very, very early in that.
If we had adequate testing, would we have known?
Yeah, I would have known the same thing.
Can I speak to that too as well? President made reference to the fact January 31, he suspended all travel from China. Shortly thereafter, we issued strong travel advisories for the sections of Italy implicated and sections of South Korea. And we reached agreements with those countries to screen all passengers from all airports coming into the United States of America. The president's initial efforts were designed at preventing the coronavirus from coming into the United States. And what our experts have told us again and again at the Coronavirus Task Force is that those actions bought us a significant amount of time on this curve to respond with kind of mitigation efforts, standing up resources, testing, and supplies that are in effect. But we went from a prevention strategy the president acted on before the month of January was over to a mitigation strategy which continues to this day. And if I can also say, just to every American, all the questions about resources are very important, and I can assure you that the president and our task force are preoccupied with these issues and working with governors hour by hour to meet those needs. But if Americans will put into practice these guidelines for another 30 days, they'll do their part to lower the curve and save lives, most importantly, and limit the burden on hospitals and our healthcare system in the country significantly. And so make no mistake about it, while we're going to work our hearts out, leave no stone unturned to find the resources, the masks, the ventilators that we need. And we are going to meet that moment with the full energy of the American economy and the whole of the American government. People have a role to play in preserving that medical capacity in a way that will ensure that people that are caught up in the coronavirus, particularly those that are vulnerable to the most serious outcomes, which are seniors with serious underlying health conditions or anyone with an immunodeficiency, have the resources, support, and the health care that every American family would want their loved one to have.
I think we were very early, but I also think that we were very smart because we stopped China. We had never done that before. You know, we had never closed our borders before, as I read. I don't know, maybe that's not right. And Dr. Fauci had also said that was I think it was maybe the biggest moment because we were stopping the source, we were stopping the infection, but we also stopped Europe very shortly thereafter. That was a big decision. That was not an easy decision either. I stopped them a long time before people started stopping anyway. So we stopped China, we stopped Europe, we stopped all of Europe, and then ultimately we stopped the UK, Ireland. Yes.
In the back of the please. Mr. President and team, going back to hydroxychloroquine, how many clinical trial tests numerically would you like to see before you put a stamp of approval on it? Because there are clinical trials taking place around the world right now.
Sure.
Is there a number? How many cases would you like to see?
That is an FDA decision, and it really depends on a variety of factors. But I would like to see a clinical trial that has a comparison to something that is comparable to what it means without the drug. I mean, I keep saying it, I say it all the time, and I'll say it again. It's a controlled trial that compares it to something meaningful. When that
There are trials that you're watching taking place around the world right now.
Well, there are a number of trials going on, not only in the United States, but also in other parts of the world. You know, right now it's too early to make any determination, but I just want to get back to what I say all the time. The definitive way that you get an answer is by doing a randomized controlled clinical trial.
You're talking about the chloroquine? Is that what you're talking about? And specifically for the last question? Yeah. There are trials going on. But there are also trials going on. We're trying them on people that are now sick. That's a very important. That's a very important trial.
Experimented with around the world. So my question was really like, are there
We're watching whatever happens around the world. We're watching those trials very closely. Yeah.
Mr. President, Mr. President, I had a line today. He was on the Mitch McConnell, yeah. He said that impeachment diverted the attention of the government. Do you think that in any way, this was happening and building at the same time, did it divert your attention or your team's attention or the Vice President's attention?
Well, I don't like to think I did. I think I handled it very well, but I guess it probably did. I mean, I got impeached. I think, I certainly devoted a little time to thinking about it, right? So, but think of it. It was a hoax. It was a total hoax. And when you think that I got impeached only because they had a majority in the House, they didn't get one Republican vote. 196 to nothing. Not one Republican. I don't think it's ever happened. The Republicans stuck together, and they stuck together in the Senate 52 to a half. So, when you say that, yeah, I think it took a lot of, I see them going and saying about speed. Well, they probably illegally impeached me in the sense that if you look at the FBI today with what happened, the horrible things, nobody cares about that now because all they're thinking about is the virus, and that's okay with me. But you look at the report that came out from I.G. Horowitz, it's disgraceful what went on. It's disgraceful. It's a total disgrace. They got caught in the act. But you know what? We won't talk about that now. Did it divert my attention? I think I'm getting 8 pluses for the way I handled myself during a phony impeachment. Okay, it was a hoax. But certainly, I guess I thought of it. And I think I probably acted. I don't think I would have done any better had I not been impeached, okay? And I think that's a great tribute to something. Maybe it's a tribute to me, but I don't think I would have acted any differently, or I don't think I would have acted any faster. But the Democrats, their whole life, whole being, their whole existence was to try and get me out of office any way they can, even if it was a phony deal. And it was a phony deal, and it turned out, and all you have to do is look today at the FBI reports, what the FBI did. Take a look at the people. Take a look at Comey's report, 78 pages of total kill. Take a look at that. Take a look at the report of McCabe. Just read it, and you'll see how horrible it was. And you know what? I don't think this country is going to take it. You want to know the truth?
How did it take you out? What guidance are you offering to Florida when it comes to how American Christians that are seeking to dock here?
Yeah, well, I'll be speaking. I'm going to be speaking. In fact, he has a call into me. We'll be speaking to the governor, and we'll be speaking to him soon. But there's a case. We have 2 ships. There are people that are sick on the ship. And we don't want to be like they're going to be ghost ships. People turn those ships away. There was a ship, as you know, in a certain part of Asia. And from port to port, nobody would take it. But in the meantime, you have people that are dying on the ship, or at least very sick, but they're dying on the ship. So I'm gonna do what's right. Not only for us, but for humanity. I mean, these are 2 big ships, and they have a lot of very sick people. I'll be speaking to the governor. Let's just a couple more back here. Go ahead, please.
Thank you very much. I was hoping you could.
You never run out of questions. It's unbelievable. You go through the room, but I have nothing else to do. So if you want can we keep it going, John? I think so.
Can you clarify something for me, please? Andrew Cuomo today said that the system that you have where governors are trying to get ventilators, it's like being on eBay with 50 other states bidding on a ventilator plus FEMA.
He lied.
Said tonight.
Is the video buffering or is it?
He was complaining.
He said.
Say it. What did he say exactly? What did he say?
He said that when you have states competing for ventilators and medical care, it's like being on eBay with 50 other states bidding on a ventilator.
Well, he couldn't be complaining because we gave him a lot of ventilators. And if you take a look at the chart, it's down. But I wish he got going a little bit sooner. But we gave him a lot of ventilators. And you know what? He has a lot of ventilators. The problem is with some people, no matter what you give, it's never enough. It's never enough. Like they'll say,
Wizard, is the
how's
video
Trump doing?
buffering?
And you're a Democrat. Some of them said really good. I'll tell you, Gavin Newsom from California, who's doing a good job, by the way. And others said really good. But generally your
Can
natural
everybody see the
reflex.
video
How's
right now?
Trump doing? You asked that question to a Democrat.
I'm gonna refresh.
Well, we don't like it. Oh, really? You don't like it? We're getting very high marks, but I'm not doing this for marks. I'm doing this to save lives. When John saw the numbers and when Jim saw those numbers, they're shocking numbers. You're talking about deaths. Even at the low end, you were shocked.
Oh, hey.
When you see 100, 120,000 and 200,000 people over potentially a very short period of time. I want to save lives. I'm not doing this for any other reason. I want to save lives. But the governor of New York's gotten, I think maybe probably gotten more than anybody. He's gotten 4 hospitals. He's gotten 4 medical tents. He's gotten a ship, the likes of which nobody's ever seen before, other than Los Angeles, which has the twin. We've done a lot. But many ventilators were sent to New York. And Mayor de Blasio, I'm getting along with Mayor de Blasio great, and I think he's very happy with the job we're doing too. We're sending a lot of, actually Mayor de Blasio had an interesting request. He wanted people, and we're sending medical people. A lot of the states aren't having a problem with ventilators, they're having a problem getting medical people. And we're sending a lot of people in, military, very talented people. Who didn't go ahead, and then I'll do you second.
Your response to that question earlier was that they shouldn't be doing that. If they need something, if they need them back.
They shouldn't be doing what?
They shouldn't be. The governor shouldn't be competing with each other.
No, they shouldn't be competing, and they should call us. Wait, no, I don't want them to compete because all they're going to do is drive up the price. I don't want them to compete. They should be calling us, and we can work it so they get the ventilators and they get shipped directly. If they're competing, if they're calling, even if there's only 2 of them calling, they're going to just drive up the price because it's some of the people that do ventilators, they do want to make money, okay? Now, New York had a chance to buy 16,000 ventilators. I guess they didn't take that option. That was in 2016. And that's a hard option to take because it's a lot of money. And who would ever think you need 16,000 ventilators? Who would ever think it? But this is a very unique time in life. And I think, I'm dealing with New York and we're having a very good relationship. And you see what just happened in Central Park with the tents. We're having a really good relationship. Go ahead. You can get one of them.
Gavin Newsom, you mentioned Gavin Newsom and the job that he's doing. I'm interested in what you think California does to contribute to the suppression of the...
Well, they've done a good job, California. Now, let's see what happens because we could have a spike, doctors. You don't know. They could have a spike where all of a sudden it spikes upward. We had a couple like Louisiana. I think they're doing a really good job, but they had nothing. Now they had Mardi Gras, and then all of a sudden after Mardi Gras, which tells you about distancing, I guess. It's an example of what could happen, but they were like flawless. I was always surprised. I was looking at Louisiana, and I understand that state. I love that state. And I'm saying they're in great shape. Then they have Mardi Gras. It was a big success, tremendous success. And then all of a sudden it went like a rocket ship. So that tells you about distancing, please.
Are you concerned though about the homeless population in California? Because I know California officials think that it can spread like wildfire, and obviously there's a homelessness crisis in California, and they're obviously concerned that it could spread like wildfire in that community. So is there anything the administration?
Well, they're looking at that very strongly, and I know that it bothers Gavin. I don't know if it bothers Nancy Pelosi, but she's got it in her district at a very high level. They have to be very careful. They have a very big homeless population in an area which just a few years ago didn't have anybody in those areas, and they're living in the streets. And I know that some people in California are working on that very hard.
Mr. President, you spoke several times with Prime Minister Trudeau, President Macron, and at the end of last week, President Macron talked about an important issue that you and him would launch. Any news on that?
So we're talking about something that will be very positive for the world if we do it. We'll see if we do it or not. Well, I don't want to talk. It's a private thing, but it will become public if we decide to do it. But positive. Our relationship with the president, our relationship with France is, I think extraordinary, very good, probably as good as it's ever been.
Actually, your comments about what could have happened and the actions that you took. Is there any fairness to the criticism that you may have lulled Americans into a false sense of security when you were saying things like it's going to go away and that sort of thing? But
Jim, it's going away.
When you were saying
it's going to go away, hopefully at the end of the month, and if not, it hopefully will be soon after that.
Has what you're thinking on this evolved?
It is going away.
as your thinking on this evolved, you're taking it more seriously.
I think from the beginning, my attitude was that we have to give this country. I know how bad it was. All you have to do is look at what was going on in China. It was devastation. And well, yeah, look at the numbers from China, those initial numbers coming out from China. But, you know,
What a piece of shit he
an
is.
article today,
I know,
which
right?
was very interesting. They say we wish President Trump would give more bad news. Bad news. I'm not about bad news. I want to give people hope. I want to give people a feeling that we all have a chance. I mean, when you saw the numbers, and when John and all of you saw those numbers, and you're saying 120,000 people, you mean that's good? 100,000 dead people within a short period of time. I want to give people a feeling of hope. I could be very negative. I could say, wait a minute, those numbers are terrible. This is going to be horrible. This is a horrible thing. Hey, Jim.
Last month and said, okay, let's go to the beach. Let's go to the airport. Let's go down to Mardi Gras.
Well, there were a lot of people. There were a lot of people that could have said that. We didn't say that. Fortunately, I didn't say that. And that was an alternative. We talked about it. That was always an alternative. That's what I said. Let it rip. Let it ride. Do nothing. And we could have had 2.2 million dead people, more than that, because I didn't do that. And we did catch it early, and we stopped China really early, and we stopped Europe really early because I saw what was happening. What happened is I stopped Italy because Italy was really heavily infected. We started off with certain parts of Italy, then all of Italy, then we saw Spain. Then I said, stop Europe. Let's stop Europe. We have to stop them from coming here. Europe. I love Europe. But they were having problems. I don't think anybody did a better job than that, especially when you see the 2.2 million number. And I hope we're going to be substantially under the numbers that you're looking at on the minimum side. Then I think we will have, hey, look, it's still tremendous death.
You weren't just hoping that it would dissipate, that this would dissipate.
I want to be positive. I don't want to be negative. I'm a positive person. Somebody said, oh, I wish you'd be more negative. They literally have that. It's in one of the wonderful newspapers today. I wish it'd be more negative. Well, this is really easy to be negative about. But I want to give people hope too. You know, I'm a cheerleader for the country. We're going through the worst thing that the country's probably ever seen. Look, we had the Civil War with 600,000 people, right? Here's the thing, had we not done anything, we would have lost many times that. But we did something, and so it's going to be hopefully way under that. But, you know, we lose more here potentially than you lose in world wars as a country. So there's nothing positive. There's nothing great about it. But I want to give people in the country hope. I think it's very important.
It was going to be this severe when you were saying this was under control.
I knew everything. I knew it could be horrible, and I knew it could be maybe good. Don't forget, at that time, people didn't know that much about it. Even the experts, we were talking about it. We didn't know where it was going. We saw China, but that was it. Maybe it would have stopped at China. We wish we could have killed it in China. But it didn't happen. It started spreading to Europe. It started spreading here. It started spreading all over. But, and I'm not blaming anybody. I'm just saying that we have an incredible thing. I think the people, our professionals, our military, our governors, our politicians, I think they've done an incredible job. I mean, with few exceptions, I think they've done an incredible job. But I don't want to be a negative person. It'd be so much easier for me to come up and say, we have bad news. We're going to lose 220,000 people, and it's going to happen over the next few weeks. And with that, I did start off by saying today, long before this question, I said, this is going to be a rough 2 or 3 weeks. This is going to be one of the roughest 2 or 3 weeks we've ever had in our country. We're going to lose thousands of people. When I see 28, 29 people from the governor of New Jersey, 29 people. When you see 173 people died in New York yesterday, or whatever the number was, I think it was more than that. When you see the kind of numbers that we're witnessing, we've never seen numbers like that. So it's easy to be negative. And then everybody can be negative, but I'm a country, and I want them to do a great job so the number can be kept. And I've always said it, I want as few a number of people to die as possible, and that's all we're working on.
You don't like the question, but are you now taking responsibility?
I don't mind the question. I don't like your question. I think it's actually, I think it's not meant to be. Look, I know you
be rude.
To be a fair question, but it is a fair question. I think we've done a fantastic job. Okay, fine. I'll accept your word. Look, I think we've done a great job. All numbers of 120,000 people. Could have been 2.2 million people died and more if we did nothing. If we just did nothing, would have gone up.
Thank you, battery.
It would have been confined. It would have been a similar time, maybe even less time. It would have been a violence like we've never seen in this country before. We had great professionals, great military, really great governors and politicians. I cannot say enough about what's going on. And as per what you said, I think we're way ahead of schedule in terms of numbers. I hope. But if we can keep it under the minimum numbers, the country has done, not me, the country has done a great job. But I think I've done a really good job of mobilizing. I think Mike Pence has been fantastic. I put him in charge of the task force. We have wonderful people on the task force, Jim. Wonderful people. This man was working literally. He had days where he didn't go to bed. He didn't go to sleep. He went 24 hours and then started the next day. People don't know the job he did. I didn't even know he was that good of a manager, to be honest with you, Mike. Okay, and you never know that about somebody until they're tested under fire. But he saw it very early also. We both did. They saw it very early. They knew pretty soon. They probably knew sooner than anybody because that's what they study. That's what they do. Must be a depressing business, right? Must be a little bit depressing, but they've seen it all. Go ahead, Jeff.
Can I ask Dr. Fauci a question about a headline that's been running all day? To get his perspective on it. There is a professor from MIT, Dr. Fauci, who suggests that coronavirus can be carried on droplets a distance of 27 feet. Do you buy into that? And if that might be the case, does that suggest that current social distancing guidelines may need to be extended?
This could really be terribly misleading, John. What it was looking at the distance that droplets fly by speaking, by coughing, by sneezing. So if you go way back and go, achoo, and go like that, you might get 27 feet. But so you see somebody do that, get out of the way.
There are some people,
but that's not practical.
I know people that can do that.
That is not practical, John. I'm sorry, but I was disturbed by that report because that's misleading. That means that all of a sudden the 6-foot thing doesn't work. That is a very, very robust, vigorous achoo sneeze. That's what that is. And that's not what we're talking about.
You want to keep going? One more. I have one more. Go ahead. How about it?
I've got a follow-up on the masks, sir. But you mentioned Franklin Graham. Yes. Talking to him. As you know, his father, Billy Graham, was a trusted spiritual advisor and friend to many presidents. A lot of your predecessors in times of national emergency reached out pastors and other spiritual counselors. Have you done that during this national emergency?
Well, I never say that. Franklin Graham is somebody that's very special. I have many very special people, and very many special in the evangelical Christian community. You could talk rabbis, you can talk a lot of, I have tremendous support from religious leaders. And I just went to him today for an extended period of time. I told him what a fantastic job you're doing. And he does this. He loves doing it. He loves helping people. And he loves Jesus. That I can tell you. He loves Jesus. He's a great gentleman. Go ahead.
Amen.
Sir, on the masks, maybe for the doctors. What? On the masks, is the reason why there's no CDC recommendation for the public to wear masks because they're meant to save and preserve the masks for the medical workers, or is it because the virus is not primarily transmitted through the air?
So there was the CDC does have recommendations on their website about masks that came to the task force several weeks ago about if you're infected, wearing a mask to protect others. And if you can't, if you're working with someone who's sick and you have to be that worker in the household, because remember, we want people in the household being taken care of, that they should wear a mask. I know your question is broader than that, and it's just being considered by the task force now about whether that recommendation that already exists relevant to wearing masks should be altered in any way. So it's still under discussion.
And just about masks, you can get a mask, but you can also most people have scarves, and scarves are very good, and they can use a scarf. And we're only talking about a limited period of time, and it says in the recommendations you can substitute a scarf for a mask. So if people feel that, and I think, some people disagree with the mask for various reasons, and some people don't. But you can wear a scarf, you can do the masks if it makes you feel better. We have no objection to it, and some people recommend it. Let's go.
Thank you, Mr. President.
You people never get tired. Look at you. They're stupid questions, actually.
Mr. President, again, I'm looking at the cases around the world in Latin America and the Middle East, and still you don't want to impose a travel ban for these areas. In Brazil, for instance, the President Bolsonaro, he keeps on being very active with groups. Aren't you afraid that what we're doing here can be threatened?
You mean you people?
Not here, but I mean the United States.
I mean, you're pretty spread out already. I don't know if anymore. I don't think we'll have press conferences anymore. But
I understand
look, we're very careful. I'm very careful personally, and.
But the travel ban, I mean, aren't you afraid?
We are looking at numerous countries as they get in a position. Brazil, as an example, you mentioned the president. Brazil had no problem until just a short time ago, and now they're starting to get inflamed. And yes, we are absolutely looking at a ban. There are two other countries you mentioned. Iran already has a ban. They had sort of an automatic ban. In addition to that, they have a ban. So we're looking at certain countries as they become hot.
So, you're starting a new 30 days now. What are your plans? Are you going to stay in the White House? Are you going to travel at all, or are you shelter?
I doubt I'll leave. I wanted to go to the opening of the hospital in New York, and my people couldn't even believe it that I said it, but I did. I wanted to go. They didn't want me to do it. The Secret Service didn't want me to do it for reasons. I wanted to go to the boat sailing into New York Harbor, but the governor did a good job of that, and the mayor of New York. So, I'd love to go out, but now I'll be in the White House, and it's sort of like a nerve center, control center. And I think it's important, look, you see what happened, Boris Johnson, you see what happened with others. I think it's important that I remain healthy. I really do. So for the most part, we're staying here. I've canceled many different events, and we'll be staying here for the most part.
Mr. President, Tom Frieden, the former director of the CDC, wrote an article the other day in which he said what's really needed here, and understands the work that the task force is doing, is an incident commander to really take command of where everything is going and how things are being coordinated.
We have it.
That's something that could be useful in this particular instance.
We have it.
His name is Pete Gaynor. He's the administrator of FEMA. And when the president signed the National Emergency Declaration, he stood up the National Response Center at FEMA. And now I can tell you that when the White House Coronavirus Task Force meets, I'm at one end of the table, and Pete Gaynor and the whole FEMA team are by video conference at the other end of the table. And that's where, whether it be the air bridge that's literally bringing in millions of medical supplies from around the world, the thoughtful deployment of those supplies to hospitals, particularly with regard to ventilators.
Now what are you eating?
HHS is fully integrated at FEMA now, but because of the president's decision to stand up FEMA, have a coronavirus task force at the White House that's bringing the president the very best health experts and recommendations from every agency, but all the implementation, as we tell governors literally every day, is happening through FEMA. It's going down to the states through FEMA, and state requests are coming up through regional administrators for FEMA and back to the White House.
At the same time, we have 4,000 ventilators that are parked in a warehouse in New Jersey. No, but that was the case. We also have, we moved them out.
I should have had them a long time ago, but they didn't need them.
The question is, this happened. We also have people not knowing about the new Abbott testing facility, or testing system. If there were an incident commander who was in charge of all of that and getting the word out, would that be useful?
Shut up. Quit trying to make policies.
Brought to life 2 weeks ago. They just came up with it.
They just came up with it. What the fuck are you talking about?
Right? You can even do it. They just came up with the idea a week and a half ago. I showed it to you yesterday in the box.
If I may, Mr. President, I think your point's well taken. The Abbott Laboratories point of contact test was approved Friday. President announced it in the Rose Garden.
Check this out. I gotta post this. I just made it.
That
All right.
all across the
I'll post
country,
it.
to every governor, to laboratories elsewhere. And I have to tell you that this team that the
Sniper,
president has
sneezer.
assembled, the
Sneezer,
advisors
sniper.
on the White House Coronavirus Task Force, and then this team at FEMA, whether it be
I swear some of
Agent
these journalists strike
Secretary Bob Cadlick, who's coordinating all supplies, whether it be Admiral Joie, who is literally working with every state on a county-by-county basis to deploy testing, is impressive. And I think it's given great encouragement to governors.
Noodles.
President and I spoke to governors in all the states, territories again yesterday, because governors, I can tell you from my own experience as a governor, in Indiana, we had tornadoes and flooding. Governors know how to deal with FEMA. And as soon as the president stood up and declared that national emergency, what I'll call a certain amount of muscle memory kicked in states around the country, and we're really seeing a tremendous efficiency and communication, and that's how we're going to go forward. Again, the president's vision here is FEMA's vision, which is in response to a health crisis. It's locally executed, state managed, federally supported, and I have to tell you, we're seeing that whole process spinning up every day. And I hope Americans looking on are encouraged.
I think it was the other video my husband was talking about, because he said it was in the beginning when he told the person to hush.
And testing and supplies.
Go ahead and stop it if you want. I don't mind.
Yeah. I'm just going to stop that. Come on up, Canoes. Come up and kick that goat for the next 9 minutes, and we'll end at 1:20. How's that? Yeah.
I'm gonna go live after this. I'm bored.
You're bored.
Yeah, I'm always bored and wide awake at night. I cannot get back on track, man, wizard. Wait,
Did you
why am I
put
echoing?
in a garden? Did you put in a garden today?
My husband went for the seeds. He couldn't find all of them, so he's got to try Home Depot tomorrow.
Well, that doesn't mean. Did you go out and till up the garden?
No, he didn't get no soil, dirt.
Well, you mean you got to till up the dirt, right?
Well, we can till up the dirt, but don't you also need certain soil, like Miracle
Not
Grow
really.
or whatever?
No. You need seeds. You stick them in the ground.
My own
You
dirt?
water 'em. Yeah.
What are you laughing at me for? I never did a garden before.
I'm sorry. I'm just
echoing.
saying.
Why am I echoing?
Occasionally I hear myself, but it's not. I don't know.
Let me refresh.
Dream well, Huckleberry.
Did anybody? I'm still echoing.
Is it still echoing?
Yeah. And you shared the video, not me.
Right. Let me go ahead and let me refresh myself.
I think that's better, right, guys? Is that better? Hello? I think that's better.
Is that better?
I think
Yeah.
so. I don't hear an echo now.
Cool. Yeah. Sometimes it happens, especially when I share a video.
Did you look at that shirt I made?
Yeah.
Fake news.
Right. Oh man. So Huckleberry's took off.
I don't think so. Did she?
She said she was leaving. Yeah.
She didn't say goodnight unless I missed it. Well, whoever's wide awake and can't sleep, they can join me over on my channel, I guess. I don't know. Or whatever.
Hey, you want to keep this one going for a little bit?
It's up to you unless you want me to end it.
Well, I'm gonna have to get going here in just a little bit, man. It's past my nighttime.
Your bedtime. I'm up at night, and I up during part of the day. Then I'll take a nap for 3 or 4 hours, and then I just keep going.
Well, you're welcome to keep the show going if you want to.
It's gonna eventually drain me.
You know, there's another wave of people that come in usually around 2:00,
Yeah.
but I haven't been able to stay awake that long. Not with getting everything done around here.
Uh-huh.
I did get another video up today.
Did you?
Yep, showing the rabbits and the chicken coop.
On your other channel or this channel?
I don't think I've got it up on Emerald City yet.
Okay. What happened? What happened? What happened was you there?
I clicked the wrong button.
Do not click the red button.
It wasn't the red button. Oh, hey, I'll show you my video. I'll show you my video. Hold on a second. Okay. For those that haven't seen it, it's just showing the rabbits and the chickens and all that stuff. There we go. There we go.
Hey, hey, this is our rabbit, our male rabbit. He's a big white boy. Yep, big white boy. Yep.
He wouldn't move.
We call him Whitey.
He wouldn't move at all.
I don't know if you can see her. She's a big girl. Yes, she does. She is awesome.
Yeah, she's already had a couple litters. So.
Charcoal gray. And she's a Flemish giant. I don't know if you can see this or not. No. But yes, I'm giving her some pets. You guys be a good girl. Alright, so
yeah,
these are my rabbit cages actually.
My daughter asked me to get her one.
Yeah.
But it wouldn't live outside.
More breeding cages. They got the
there's some repairs that I got to get done on the cages.
Is it too cold for them right now?
No.
To be outside? What do you do during the winter?
Yeah, 2 litters to full.
You just make sure the wind stays off of them. They're fine outside.
Not in the cold winter.
Sure.
One in with her, and by the time the one that's in
I
with
can't
her
see that. I couldn't do that.
born and ready to move off of her.
Where did you get them all?
The
Were they
final,
breeders?
The first litter she had.
Yeah. Well, they had
And then
some rabbits.
we'll be ready to be culled or.
Yeah, but they also had chickens.
And you just have them because you like rabbits, or?
Yeah,
Because the rabbits really don't do nothing,
how they
right?
taste with
So.
garlic. I love how they taste with garlic and breading.
Tell me that you're joking.
Pretty cool.
You're not going to kill these rabbits, are you?
No,
these
they're babies.
It's going to be over here on the other side.
You wait till they get 6 months old and then you kill them and eat them.
You might want to edit your video there, buddy. You had your license plates in there.
That's not my license plate.
Okay. What's this right here?
By 32 yards.
This is the chicken yard.
Man, you got a lot of property, Wizard.
Even on the roof.
And that's just you and your brother on here, on this property?
Yeah, at the moment, right.
Hey, the chickens are already in the coop.
Crap, you could build cabins on the property.
That's the idea, sweetheart.
There's my coop.
Have people live off the land, you know what I mean? Or put their mobile home or something?
That's what we're building all this for.
When the shit hits the fan?
Yep.
I told my husband about it, everything.
This is where the food goes, this one here.
That's what we should do.
That's how they get their water, or I mean their food. And the shield is on there so that they can't sit on top of it and poop in the food. And this is our water system here. We got these little nipples here.
Chicken nipples.
And that's where they get it for the water.
And that's how do they get it? They fly up there and get it?
No, they just stand there and peck at it. They hit that little metal thing, and it releases the water.
Do they have they figured it out yet?
They lay the eggs there.
Yeah, I think so.
More hay. Hey, we got an egg.
Because they don't drink from a bowl, right? They don't drink from a bowl of water, do they? Or they can?
Yeah, they will drink from a bowl.
Awesome. All right. And,
How do you teach your dog not to go near that?
He was born in a chicken coop.
Okay.
He's right there, laying underneath there. See him?
The dog?
There's Ranger right there underneath
Oh,
there.
yeah,
Yeah.
there he is.
He's not allowed up top. I guess. The ladies are up there. It's pretty cool. All right, thanks for watching, guys.
That's awesome, Wes. Thanks for sharing.
Yeah, you got it. But yeah, that's the rabbits and the chickens, and I'll do a better one on the chickens. But yeah, it's
They're practicing social distancing.
I think the girls kicked his ass out of the upper compartment because it was the rooster was down on the ground.
That's funny.
Right. But yeah, they're getting acclimated and doing well, and I think they're I think we got them pretty well secured now.
Cool.
So everything seems to be kosher. I mean, with Ranger here and everything, my brother's dogs are all over the place now.
Mm-hmm.
So, and they're just little dogs. I just worry about them getting eaten. You know, the chickens are bigger than they are.
Right.
Not to say that they couldn't kill a chicken, but I mean, oh man. No, but we got a lot of the tilling done today.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I got the tiller back from the guy who put the tires on it, but I'm gonna have to take it apart. See if I can't fix it because it's got some problems with the gearbox. So I'll have to take it apart and probably fix it, whatever the hell's wrong with it. Why it's locked
Right.
up. So we'll see. But we got the one tiller going, and we got the tiller, we got the ground, we got the first scrub on the ground pretty much done
Mm-hmm.
in the garden area.
Right.
And then we got to go a little bit deeper. But tomorrow, while my cousin's finishing up the till job and getting it deep, I'm going to be taking off the hose on the backhoe and getting that replaced and get the backhoe going. Then it'll be just an easy job of going over there with the backhoe and scraping up all the topsoil.
Right.
And then I got to once I get scraped up all the topsoil, then I can turn around and level off the clay and bring the topsoil back in. And then I can, before I bring the topsoil back in, though, I can set the foundation for the legs on the for the greenhouse.
Right.
All right. So it's coming along, man. It's coming along. I'm really happy with it.
Well, that's good.
We'll get it all hooked up.
I would love to leave New York, man. I hate it here.
Yeah. Kind of stuck there now.
Well, yeah, right now we are. My husband was saying he only had 3 years to pay off the house, and he's going to take the stimulus check and pay it towards it. So when we can leave, we could just sell the house by owner and just go. Because that's what he said. Just get some land or find someone who's got a lot of land and live off the land, and you just, do like the Amish.
Well, to an extent, yeah. I just figured I'd wanted to be more comfortable than just,
My husband said, Missouri seems like a Democratic state. I'm like, well, I don't know. I would have to ask Wizard. As far as I know, it's a Republican state, right?
Well, it used to be a Democratic state. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
Until
but now,
recently, right?
well, we got rid of our last Democratic representative with Claire McCaskill
That's right,
uh,
McCaskill. Yeah.
this past election when Trump got elected.
Uh-huh.
But we finally got rid of her. But both of our senators, all of our representatives are, I believe, I know our House of Representatives is Republican majority, and the Senate is the state Senate is Republican majority, and we have a Republican governor.
You're nowhere near St. Louis, are you?
About 80 miles south of there.
Okay. You don't have city folks by you or any like crime or anything like big crime, do you? Like Buffalo, New York. That's a crime
No,
city.
this area used to be pretty bad for like meth and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
But most of that crowd is dead or in jail now.
Yeah. Well, you're going to have that no matter where you go. You're always going to have that crowd.
Yeah, most of that crowd is either dead or in jail.
Yeah.
The ones that are surviving it are like, yeah, dude, I'm not doing that shit again. You know what I'm saying? So,
Is it a town or you live out more in the country, right?
Oh yeah, I live off of gravel road, off of secondary.
Is it like a big population where you live, or?
No, not really. A little hard to get popular.
Those are all the important things you want to look for, especially the days we're living in, because the closer we're in pre-tribulation, you're going to find those city folk and criminals coming to rob the people in these small towns and villages, like for instance, where I'm from right now. You're going to see a lot of that.
Right.
And that gives me a reason why I'm buying ammo all the time, because
I'm
not going to let someone come in my home and rob me for food. It's just not going to happen. You're not going to come out alive.
It's going to be bad, especially in states where they have such high gun restrictions and stuff like that.
Oh, yeah. You're going to start seeing a lot of that. And I'm surprised it's not happening now. Right. Or maybe it is happening now and no one's talking about it.
Right, and you'll see these gangs do whole streets at a time, kind of stuff.
Yeah, and just for food, it's ridiculous.
Target-rich environment, yeah. But you know what? You won't see that out here because they start that shit out here, they're gonna get shot.
Yeah. My husband asked me, "What would you do if someone came in our home and put us to gunpoint for food?" I'm like, "Well, what do you think?" Not that I want to do that. I'm not asking for that. I'm just saying if that were to happen, they wouldn't be walking out. Right.
I was going to put out there a home of veteran. This is the home of a veteran. That's our motto.
Oh, my husband put up a sign, something.
Kill them all and let God sort them out.
I forgot what it said. He just put it up today.
All right, Canoes. God bless you. Dream well, God Patriot.
Bless you, Canoes.
See you tomorrow, brother.
Trying to think of a really cool t-shirt to make.
God is in control.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Right. I haven't seen that one yet.
That is a good one. I'm going to write that down.
Don't worry, God is in control.
You're smart, Wiz.
Yeah, I've been told that a few times. I just figure I'm not any smarter than anybody else. As I expose myself to proper information.
Your ex, actually, I know you guys are really good friends. She messaged me the other day and asked me if I was okay because she hasn't seen me online. I said, I am doing fine. I was just taking a break. But that was nice of her, Yeah. Because I know a lot of you guys were worried about me.
Mm-hmm. Hadn't seen you for a while. Wonder if you were feeling okay.
Yeah, I needed a break.
Yeah.
no offense, my feelings do get hurt when people say nasty things about me that aren't true. And my husband keeps telling me, don't get upset. We know that's not true. So why do you, I guess I want to find hope in people that they're going to change, but some people just don't change. And I got to learn that.
Right.
And
it doesn't matter what these critics say because they're just trying to best you in the argument, that you.
for example, I've never begged for money, ever. I state why I put my PayPal link before I post it, and now all my donations will go towards helping others, and when someone calls me a fraud and a liar and a con, it just pisses me off because none of that is true.
Right. Hey, Battery, why don't you come up and keep Michelle company? I'm going to have to get going here and come up on screen.
Yeah, or if not, I was going to read a news article, and so now that I can share it here, I don't have to go live on my channel then.
There you go. You can do it here. That's what I was trying to tell you. I was wondering why you hadn't done anything. You said something about doing something during the day.
I want to do it during the afternoon, but I'm afraid if I read an article, if you lose a follower or two, I would be upset. But it pretty seems you would have the same crowd every day, so.
This is all about us. This is about the whole community, okay?
I just don't want to mess your channel up or have someone get mad. You know how it is.
It's not my channel.
I know, it's our channel. You're right.
It's everybody. It's the whole crew here. This is not the Wizard of Oz show. This is the Great American Experience. This is you guys are the show.
Yeah.
I do what I can to keep it going and keep the people together and stuff, and that's all. I don't. That's why people go, well, your show and stuff. I'm like, well. I'm just part of the crew. I don't have any expectation about it, and I know that's why I don't get upset about likes and dislikes and follows and subscriptions.
I guess it bothers me a little more just because I know it's purposely being done and I know who's doing it, and I think that's what ticks me off.
Yeah, well, it can, and there are those that will have an effect on others and stuff like that. But you know what? We stay consistent. We stay here, and we keep the group together. We keep an anchor in the storm. You know what I'm saying? We become the reliable place to go, and then people, will be there. Because they know it's about the whole damn country. It's about the whole damn world, actually. This isn't just about me and everything. This is. I don't necessarily take ownership that way. That would be a little arrogant in my mind to think that this is all about me. I wouldn't want that, Right. I'm not that privately outgoing, personally, but I know we need a port in a storm, when when things get tight. And I dearly enjoy having, everybody here. I mean, shit, guys are my friends, and it's kind of like family is the way I look at it,
Right.
So I'm just the guy keeping the channel open so we can have everybody coming together. So that's why I'll sit, once we get the screen full and everybody's talking, I'll shut up and go to the background, you know what I'm saying? Because it's like, it's not about me. So God bless you all.
Well, God bless you.
You guys night. Dream well. Huh?
Good night, Wiz.
Dream well, Patriots. Know that we are winning.
All right. Thank you. It's I got this from my brother Jeff last year. Thanks, Battery. I'm giving some backdrops away too for anybody who wants some backdrops. I have another one you want to see, pretty cool. Let me show you this one. This one was my first backdrop. Let me move this over here. Hold on, guys. I'll show it to you. Look at this one. This one's really sharp. That is Mount Rushmore. Pretty cool. You can see it this way too. Right there. Thank you, battery. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So while we're just sitting here, I guess I'm going to read this article to you guys. I was going to share this on my live stream tonight, but I don't know if I'm going to go live on my channel. Lately, I don't even see you, battery, pop in my live streams anymore. Are you not getting notified when I go live? Because just to let you know, every time when I go live, it's always the same time, which is 10 o'clock, 10:30ish. Depends on how long Bible study goes on. So I'm always live at 10 and 10:30. So for everybody who's in here tonight, 8 people, whoever's left over here, stop by my channel once in a while, because I'm only getting like 10 people at most in there now, sometimes 12. I used to get 20 people at a time. And, you know, I have a bunch of Trump flags I want to start giving away. I have some really cool, neat stuff that I want to start giving away. So in order to win these prizes, you guys have to join the chat. So, yeah, I literally just purchased like 5 more Trump flags this past week because I ended up selling some stuff off of eBay. And I wanted to tell you guys that I will be doing some giveaways coming on Wednesday, which is the 2nd of this month coming up. So for those who want to win something, join me and I will send a prize out to you if you win. I'm trying to get to 1,000 subscribers just so I can go live on my phone. This way here, if I'm outside or walking around or wherever I'm at, I can just hit that live stream and I can go live. So that is the purpose of why I would like to get 1,000 subscribers. Also, because after you get 1,000 subscribers, you can sign up for the community, and which is I can talk to you on my YouTube channel every day. I could leave a message, or I could post a news article, or you can take trivia or ask a question or whatever. So that's why I'm trying so hard to get to 1,000 subscribers. So keep sharing my videos. I really appreciate it, guys, because I've been working outside YouTube and getting stuff ready. I had a problem for this last 8 weeks of using certain programs to upload videos. Well, now that I contacted customer service, because I pay $20 a month for this one service, I was like, hey, you know, your stuff is not working. To be more forward, it's called Power Direct. And I told him, I said, you know, your stuff's not working and I'm paying $20 a month and I can't upload any videos anywhere. I said, what's up with that? So they ended up giving me a credit of $100. I'm not kidding you. They put $100 into my bank account in return because they've noticed all the complaints I was filing. And I said, if you don't believe me, I have all the complaint numbers I filed. I've asked for phone call returns and nobody returns their call. So it's just really crazy. And I said, look, either you're going to fix this or you're going to owe me at least a whole year of refunds. So they apologized. And again, they gave me, you know, like I said, it to my bank account. And then finally, they sent me a link for the same software program, but a newer, updated version. So I was like, well, that's maybe could have been the problem, is that you're not telling your customers or people who use your program of the updated version. So I went off, and in fact, I was yelling on the phone, and my husband's like, who are you yelling at? But sometimes, you know what, and this is my point of this, it's not just about Power Direct or video programs. When you're paying for something, you want that stuff to work, you know? And I think as long as we're paying for this stuff, you know, we want stuff to work, just like SteamYards. SteamYards is $25 a month, guys. And it has not been working for a lot of YouTubers. People have been saying they use SteamYards and it crashes. And I say, if your SteamYard's not working and you pay $25 a month, call them immediately. Don't wait. I hesitated. That was my problem. And that could have put me in a pickle, but I found somebody who was nice and they ended up refunding me. But never pay for something that doesn't work. Hold on 1 second, guys. I got a phone call. Whoa. Sorry about that, folks. No caller ID. Not going to answer. Okay. So my whole point in this, where were we? If you're paying for something, you're going to want to get good results of whatever you're paying for. It's like when you go out to eat and you order a steak. Let's say I like medium rare. My husband likes cooked all the way. If I get a steak that's not medium rare the way I requested it, I'm going to say something. My husband, he'll just eat it without saying anything. I can't do that, especially if you go to a restaurant that's kind of expensive. I say something. Even if it was McDonald's, which I no longer eat, I would say something. Subway. The one time I got home and there were hot peppers on my sub. I went all the way back to Subway and said, "You're going to fix this." Some people don't say anything and they just go on with life, but I have to say something. So it's like when you get your car fixed or you get an oil, you go for your car and get your oil done and get your car tires rotated and something. And if something's not work or put back together the way it was, the way you brought it there, say something. Don't be that person that doesn't say anything. Battery at 15%. Good night, battery. Tracy? All right. Crow, are you still with me? Or am I talking to myself? Give me a 1 if you're all going to bed, because I don't want to talk to myself. I'm really wide awake. I'm not kidding. You didn't watch them make your Subway? No, I didn't. I ended up going out to the car to get a coupon that day. And I didn't have the coupon on me, so I said, "I'll be right back." And I gave the lady the list of subs to make because everybody wanted a sub except for Nate. So I gave her the way we wanted it. And when we got home, I was like, what the hell? Yeah, usually I do sit there and wait, battery, and watch them make the subs. But no, not that time. So I'm going to share this article and I'm going to read it. And I'm also going to share the link in case you want to follow along. You guys know me by now. I do have some trouble with certain words. So I was never the best reader, but I try. Louisiana pastor charged as authorities crack down amid COVID-19 pandemic. The pastor of a church in Louisiana was charged on Tuesday in the latest crackdown by authorities aimed at the COVID-19 pandemic. People nationwide are facing arrests and citations for violating orders to stay home except for essential trips. Mark Anthony Spell, the pastor of Life Tabernacle Church in town of Central, declined to stop holding large gatherings despite repeated discussions with law enforcement officials. Central Police Department Chief Roger Corson said, I can't even pronounce that last name. Let's just call him Chief Roger. Said in a statement, the CCP virus special coverage, Mr. Spell makes his intentions to continue to violate the law clear. He said, instead of showing the strength and resilience of our community during the difficult time, Mr. Spell has chosen to embrace us for his own promotion. Spell's action endangered the health of his congregation and our community, the chief claimed, adding that he didn't view the issue on involving religious liberty or politics. Spell was charged with 6 misdemeanor counts of disobeying the powers of the government. John Bell Edwards, a Democrat who's issued a stay-home order on March 22nd and announced his extension on Monday through the end of April. As our number of cases continue to grow, I am directing all Louisianans to stay home unless... as our numbers of cases continue to grow, I am directing all Louisianans to stay home unless it's absolutely necessary for you to leave, Edwards said in a statement. His order identified people going to and from place of worship and essential activity. It has also ordered the cancellation of all gatherings of 10 or more people where individuals would be in close proximity of each other. Spell, the pastor, said earlier in this month that a law couldn't prevent people attending worship services. The virus, we believe, potentially motivated, Spell told WAFB, we hold our religious rights dear, and we are going to assemble no matter what someone says. Police officers enforced the pastor and the National Guard troops would break up any future gatherings exceeding 50 or more people, Spell said. The limit at the time is an assertion contacted by Louisiana National Guard Colonel Ed Bush. Spell and more than 1,100 people attended the church last Sunday after 27 buses transported people across 5 parishes. Representative Clay Higgins, Republican of Louisiana, said in a letter to Edwards earlier this month that he believes that any limit of size of church gatherings isn't allowed under the U.S. Constitution. While all religious leaders and churchgoers should follow federal recommendations, the decisions of gather should be the choice of the individual or institution and not by mandate by any government entity, he wrote. The state has no authority to enforce this proclamation nor any ban on worship. Asked about large gatherings still being held in churches after his order, Edwards told reporters last week that people need to comply. And if you have a pastor who is going to continue to have gatherings and services at church, then I'm calling upon parishioners and the congregants not to go, he added. So it's kind of like I get it why a lot of people would travel from 5 different, or even 10 cities to travel to church. But I do get it, I mean, the stay-home order is just very, very clear. Now, it doesn't mean this pastor can't go online and have an online sermon. The Voice of God Church is doing online sermons. The church where I used to go to is having online sermons. So there's no excuse for the church to say, well, I'm going to do what I want to do. But here's the thing. The Bible is very clear when it comes to about law and government and all that. It says, woe unto you, Caesar, which means obey the law. So right now, I believe this pastor of this church needs to obey the law. Now, however, that doesn't mean he can't have church service. He can have online church service. As long as these people who have computers and cell phones, they should be able to attend. It's that simple. All they have to do is find that live feed on their phone or their computer or their laptop or whatever and watch it from home. You can still have church service, people. So I know it's sad to say, and I'm upset because we have churches closed but abortion clinics open, but yet church doesn't have to be closed. God's not, and no matter what, God's not closed. You can shut the doors of every church across this country and around this world, but God's not going anywhere. God is still alive, very much alive, in every one of our homes, in our hearts and our families, all across this world. God is just not going nowhere. So for these pastors to use that as an excuse, I think it's wrong. Do I think he should have been charged with misdemeanors? No. I don't believe he should have been arrested. I don't believe he should have been charged with anything. I believe the police, all they had to do was just order him to close down, and that was it. So, but, when you do that and you disobey, not only the governor and whatever's being told at that moment, I believe that you're putting not only your whole congregation in jeopardy, but him himself. Because who's to say one of those parishioners, or if it's, let's say, what do you call them? Not the people of the church, but the people who hand out the money or request the money. whatever. Doesn't matter. Church leaders, senior leaders of the church, even lower leaders of the church should have known better, because you're putting multiple people in jeopardy. I mean, this COVID-19 is nothing to be messed with. Do I think they're exaggerating it a lot? Yes, I do. Do I think they need to be closing down everything? No, I don't. But again, the Bible even says very clear, woe unto the Caesar, which means obey the law. My church has gone online for the past 2 weeks. Governor ordered. Mine has done it online for over a year. We're a small church. See, there you go. Small or large, they can have online service. And like I said, everybody today has some form of way of getting online. Let's continue the article. Spell said more than I already read that part. I'm sorry. Sorry, guys. It just popped back up. So it looks like it's just me, you, and Battery. I don't know if Crow's still here. Who's here and who's not? Let's see who said goodnight. Good night, Michelle, Wizard, Crow, Battery. Oh, Tracy left. I think it's just me and you. So I'm going to say goodnight myself, guys. I'm going to do some stuff on the computer here, and I'm going to try to go to sleep, which I probably won't. I'll probably be up all night anyway. Yeah, share this on Censor Words. So good night, everybody. God bless each and every one of you. May the good Lord keep you and bless you. If you could just bow down, and I'll say a quick prayer for whoever's still here. Prayer is so very important. I'll try to keep it short. Father God, I'm coming to you tonight, and I'm asking you to take the power of your healing in your healing hands, Lord, and heal everybody who's been affected by COVID-19. Even if it's our enemies, Lord, we must pray for them. I know Chris Como is home now, quarantined in his basement, away from his family and his children, trying to keep them away and safe. Please heal him, Lord. He's a young man, and he's got a family and a wife to take care of, and he's still needed, very much needed. Again, I might not see eye to eye with Chris Como. In fact, I don't agree with most of any of his news reporting, Lord, but that still doesn't matter. He's still a man with a ticking heart, and we don't know what's in his heart, Lord. I know he says he's a Catholic, Lord, but that's beside the point, God. Let's just heal him so he can get back to his family that so desperately needs their father and their husband. Continue to pray for all young children that are affected by this COVID-19, Lord. Continue to pray for all the doctors and the nurses that are working in these hospitals, and the anesthesiologists that have been working 3-4 days straight, God. Some of them are living in the hospital. Even the RNs and the doctors and the nurses and the practitioner nurses, all working so very hard. Some of them have worked more than 40 hours straight. Some of them have dealt with death almost every single day, Lord. Not every day, but by the hundreds, some of them in some of these hospitals, God. Be with them emotionally, physically, spiritually. Tell them not to give up in you. And I know this is not your fault. And remind them, Lord, that it's not your fault. Continue to pray for our wonderful president, God. Keep your armor, shield around our president, Trump. I know he's such an person, and he's becoming more handshaky, where before he was even president, he hardly even shook a hand. Afraid of germs, God, but continue to pray for our president. I hope he does quarantine himself in the White House and not even travel. It makes me nervous when he goes out in public, because you know the intentions of evil, wrongdoing people. I don't want him trying to get our president sick, because we need our leader. That's right, God. You put him in the White House for a reason, and we still need him. Continue to protect our wonderful president, our wonderful vice president, God. Mike Pence, our born-again Christian leader, one of the strongest Christian governors ever known in American history, God. He's even said that you are his savior. He said it out loud without even being embarrassed about it, Lord. Continue to pray for his wonderful wife, Karen Pence. I almost forgot. God, continue to protect our First Lady, Melania Trump. I know she's working tirelessly in the White House trying to help cope with this pandemic that's been going around, but she's left such a strong message, Claude, that all us young parents need to make sure that we keep our children home. And if they go outside and play, that they need to come in and wash their hands, God. She really does care, and she's a loving wife, a loving mother, and a strong leader. I know a lot of people don't like her, but you do, God. You continue to protect her and protect her every single day. God, protect everybody across this country, even if we're not diagnosed with this COVID-19. I know a lot of stress has become on a lot of people, me myself, God. It's hard to even have patience with all this because I don't like to stay inside the house all the time, but it must be for a reason, God. We have to listen to that reason. I know you're not the cause of this. I know Satan is the destruction and that brings death and violence and war. He's the part of this, and he needs to just get out of these people's homes, God. Even if he's in my home, we revoke Satan. We tell him to get out, God. Continue to protect everyone across this country that may be feeling fear, Lord. For you got to remind them not to have fear. Continue to protect all these unborn babies, God. We have women traveling all the way from Ohio to Kansas, Wichita, just to get an abortion, God. I hope you speak to them directly and tell them, no, stop. Even if you make their car run out of gas, God, do something. Do something. Maybe you can make their engine or their car, how they're traveling, to stop, and it won't start again. Make it for some reason, or even if it's your own words, using their own conscience, God, you speak through them. You tell them this is not the time or the hour or any hour to kill the unborn, God. We have abortion clinics that are open right now, God. I don't understand it, but I know the devil's work, God. We need to continue protecting these beautiful young babies, and you tell these young pregnant women that there are choices. It's called life, and we can give that gift to life, to deserving parents to be, God. We have moms and dads who would love to be a mommy and a daddy. I hope that they get that phone call. I hope no more dead babies, God. Just 300 dead babies just the other day in one clinic alone on one weekend, God. On a Saturday of all days, just this past Saturday, God. 300 babies went home with you, God. They were brutally murdered. I hope that we stop this, God. I hope that there's ends tomorrow if I could see it, God. I wish I could overturn Roe versus Wade, but I can't do it alone, God. I cannot do this alone. I need other leaders to step up. We have Republicans that have stayed silent about some of these clinics open in their own states. Yes, I said it. Even Republicans who call themselves pro-life have been silent because their governors are Democrat and they're afraid to stand up to them. We need to close down these clinics, not just because of this COVID-19, but for good, God. Let's close these doors and never open again. Let's rebuild and open pregnancy centers, God. I hope that these women finally come to common sense. Not only are they putting themselves in danger, but their own families in danger. Because you know how serious this COVID-19 is. I pray that these governors, like Governor Northam and Governor Cuomo, wake up, God. I pray for the Democrats and the Republicans, the congressmen, the senators, the governors, the legislators, all of them, the judges, all of them, God. I pray that these conservative judges stay conservative. Don't let them be manipulated by people like Planned Parenthood who are filing these major lawsuits. Can you believe it, God? That's right, I said it. These Planned Parenthood people are filing lawsuits to stay open. They keep saying it's a crisis and it's an essential right now. No, it's not. Nothing's essential about killing babies, God. You know this. The devil just deceives so many people, God. Please continue to protect these beautiful unborn babies. I can't do this alone, God. I can only try. I've been trying so hard with my channel, God, but for some reason my message is not getting out like it used to, God. Make my message go viral. Make your message go viral, God. Continue to protect all our military, our men and women who are helping us fight this epidemic, this COVID-19. Continue to protect them, and if they go home, protect their families, God. I don't even want them to have a cough or a sniffle or a sore throat, God. They're not only do they help protect our borders, but they're protecting the communities, God, our military, our men and women, such young men and young women too. God, protect them all. Protect all the ones overseas too, outside this country. We have our military men and women, even Iraq and Afghanistan. We have some in Pakistan and other countries in Germany, God, China, everywhere, Germany, you name it. We have soldiers everywhere, God. Continue to protect them all and bring them all home as they can, God. Continue to protect our law enforcement officers, our police officers, our firemen, our paramedics. Every day they go to work. Every night they go to work. They don't get a break. They're not on break because of this COVID-19. They have to go to work, protect their communities, and they do it. Even the firemen, they go and do it. The paramedics, they're doing it. Some of them are being exposed by this COVID-19 because they're out helping this community. Some of them are volunteers, God. We have volunteer paramedics and firemen by me, but they go out and they do it, God, because it's their will and their service to this country. Continue to protect them and their families, Lord. I bring you all this prayer in Jesus' name. Amen. Amen. I love each and every one of you guys. I'm not the best prayer, but I do try. I love each and every one of you, brothers and sisters. May the good Lord bless you and keep you all and your families. And we will see you soon. God bless.